Okay, here we are. Let me just set up a couple things. Okay, that's all set up. Lovely. So let's just set up the chat in the corner. Okay. Actually, we'll put the chat over there. No, I'll just be doing it on my own. You know, dating sims and all. What do I put over here? I guess I could put that. Okay, I'm kind of sick of hearing that over and over again. Okay, let's begin. Sleep is important, make sure you get enough. Dad? Dad, wake up! I'll just say wake up. I finally opened my eyes and sit up. I'm lying in the middle of the living room, spooning a moving box. I yawn and stretch. Morning, Manda Panda.
Ugh.
Yikes, dad breath. Go brush your teeth. You're young, you have your health. Now is the time to take risks. Laserdisc clearly superior digital format. Okay, time to build one. Bod. Let's build that bod. That's probably my bod right there. Heads. I don't really know. I'm just gonna go with that, I don't know. It's not very accurate to actual hair colors, but it's close enough. The Matt Pat style. Who's this? Antoine? Some video game character? Is that Nate? I don't know. That's Dan. Dan Avedon. Sorry if I don't remember any Game Grumps references in here because I watched this game a long time ago. I barely remember anything that they said about it. And I haven't been watching the Game Grumps anytime recently, but I did recently see some of their latest videos, which only included what? Which only included Aaron in it. This is Ego Raptor. No, this is Dan. That's Dan, actually. Maybe that's another Dan, but just with different hair. I don't know. Okay, so as I was saying, I recently looked at the Game Grumps channel, and Erin's been doing a lot of single player playthroughs, her videos, and it's because of his channel partner has been sick with the flu, and it really seemed to get him down. He seems really depressed by not having someone to play with. I mean, I do that all the time, play by myself, but I just hope he's okay. Okay, the eyes. Don't know what to pick from here. Go with this, because it's the most normal eyes out there. Probably.
Name that dad.
Oh, whoops. I didn't finish it. Noses. I like this one. Blue. I'll go for that. Browse. Stitched one, very pointy, round, curvy, small. Bushy. It goes this. Facial hair, none. Although, it would probably be more accurate to give some if it's possible. Nah. At least my facial hair is not up there. Ah, glasses. Let me take my glasses off so I can pick. So mine are pretty normal, actually. They're they are shaped either like this or this. I don't think they. I think they're more shaped like this. Yeah. Oh, there's no blue selection. My glasses are blue. That's the reason I picked them out. I gotta wipe off my glasses. Okay. Piercings. I have none. Clothing. White t-shirt. Burger. I love burgers. Superhero. Emo. Eggs on nipples. Flowers. What is that? I don't know what it is, but it looks kind of pretty. Flower pocket. I mean, not flower pocket. Heart pocket. Rockstar. Work. Kitty work. Or office and kitty office. And then casual office. Party office. Vacation office, I think. I'll go with either gonna go with this or this. I like that cute burger. Let's stick with that.
Name that dad.
Of course, I'll put in my real name. Like no one in the world or on the internet already knows my real name.
Be that dad.
Be that dad.
Ah.
Hold on. Stuff is getting tangled up over here. Come on, let go. There we go. Oh, what happened? There we go. Accidentally full screened the chat. Now my... Okay, there we go. Should be all fine now. Did you fall asleep packing? I got most of it done, I think. Searching around the room, it looks like I did a pretty good job. Every box is sealed except for one. Wait, straggler. What's in it? Looking into the box, I see a bunch of old photos in little photo albums. Whoa, I haven't seen these in years. I pull out one of the dusty albums from the top of the pile, and we begin to look through it. That's the coolest baby I've ever seen. The only way your father and I could get you to stop crying was to put the sunglasses on you. But whenever we tried to take them off, you'd start crying again. You spent the first 2 years of your life with sunglasses on. Nice. Halloween when you were maybe 4? Oh my god, that dragon costume. You couldn't just decide between being a princess or a dragon, so you went with both. Princess Dragon. Why do I remember crying in that dragon costume? You saw yourself in the mirror and realized you were afraid of dragons. Seeing yourself inside the dragon's mouth was a realization of your greatest fear, I think. Right. Yep. Definitely repressed that memory. And this was you in your horse phase.
Oh no.
Dad, I believe you named that plush horse Sir Horsington the Brave.
Oh.
I don't think that was his... Amanda lunges for the photo, but I quickly snatch it away and hold it above her head with my superior dad arms. Nice try, but this is an important blackmail for later down the road.
Nah.
Go ahead and try me. I've seen pictures of you and your ska band. Ouch, kid.
Huh.
The Communist Manifesto had a chance back in the day. I look off into the distance and reminisce about that rad horn section. Hey, it's Emma P.
Oh.
No, Dad, that's Emma R. I didn't meet Emma P until high school. And that's kind of true. I knew like 3 different Emilys in elementary school, I think. And 2 Emmas. Honey, I promise you, wholeheartedly, that I will never stop mixing those 2 up. Yeah, right.
Oh.
Dad, Emma R has been my best friend since I was 7. Give it like a little bit of effort. Oh, right. Emma P was the one who... I'm gonna go with the non-illegal one. Dad, that was me. I did that. Oh. I was having a sleepover with Emma R, who isn't Emma P.
Huh.
She never told anyone, though. True Blue, that Emma R.
Yeah.
Anyways, I gotta show this to Emma R later. She'll get a kick out of it. The first photography award you ever won. Yeah, and it got us a $20 gift card to McFridays. A combination of McDonald's and TGIF. And then you got food poisoning from the cheesy tostada blast. I think you mean food poisoning, with a Z.
Oh.
Dad? Still can't drive past McFridays without gagging. Still proud of you, though. Amanda reaches deep down into the box and pulls out one last photo.
Huh?
Neither of us say a word. We stare at the photo for a long moment. So I'm guessing that's the dad. I finally decide to break the silence. Why would you say this was the day you were born? Would they immediately have given her up? It's kind of a funny story. The day we brought you home, we got into a car accident. It wasn't anything big, just a little fender bender in the parking lot. But of course I was freaking out, and the little old lady who crashed into us was freaking out. I didn't know what to do. But your father, oh man. He holds my hand and looks me directly in the eyes. The calmest I've ever seen him, he says. It's okay, it's all gonna be okay. He was right, you know. I stare at the picture for longer. Maybe too long. I miss him. I can't even imagine what it must be like for Amanda. She pats me on the back. Come on, Pops, we gotta finish packing. The moving van won't wait forever. You're right. Amanda and I pile into the car and take one last look at the old house. So many memories here. Hard to believe your father and I bought this place almost 20 years ago. Hey, remember when I shattered the front window playing catch? You always had very strong arms. Hey, remember when I shattered the other front window pretending to be a robot who breaks windows? You were a very imaginative child. Hey, remember when I broke the back window We get it, Amanda, you break stuff. And there'll be plenty more stuff for me to break in the new place. Memories to make and stuff to break. You ready? We sit in silence for a moment. I watch my daughter grow up in this house. It will forever hold a place in my heart, but it stings a little bit to leave it behind. I'm ready. Moving van begins to pull away, and I get the car into position to follow it. I watch our house, our old house, disappear in the rear view mirror. So what? So tell me on our cool new pad. Nestled in beautiful scenic downtown Naval Bay, our new house features not only are there bedrooms for your sleeping pleasure, but couches and floor space where you can, yes, catch a wink. What a deal! I mean, if sleep weren't for the weak, you sleep more than anyone I know. I am in my faults, Pops. I keep it real. Anyways, it's also smaller than our last house. Cozier, one might argue. Good spin. I think it's great. Won't we be closer to a lot of cool stuff that we can walk to? So I don't have to waste gas? I mean, trying to park downtown, is Amanda, you're going to have to learn to parallel park at some point, right? Not gonna happen, Pops. I think someone needs to do a 3-point turn on their attitude. I don't know how to do that either. Have you met the neighbors yet? Not yet, but the neighbors seem pretty quiet in the neighborhood. So you won't have to chase any rowdy teens after your lawn? You are the very teen you mock when you say that, honey. I'm in my last year of high school. I'm practically dust. Yeah, you're real. You're a real. Don't you dare. Senior. Dad, I know where this is going. Citizen. I'm just gonna ignore that. But I won't forget it. So what's item number 1 on the new house agenda? Well, first, we'll need to forge a path through the solid wall of boxes that's blocking the living room. I still have to install the washer and dryer. We need to go grocery shopping. Pops, cool your jets. You have to promise me that we're gonna take a break and explore the neighborhood. Okay, you're right. We'll get some work done and then check the area out. We pull up to the new house and step outside. The lawn is freshly mown and the for sale sign is still in the yard. Hiya! With a swift kick from Amanda, the for sale sign is no more. Oh, hiya! Nice form, Sweepy. Got a problem with authority? Oh, I've got a problem with authority. I'm so proud.
Eh?
And all that karate chopping tuckered me out. I could really go for a sandwich. An ice cream sandwich. Sweetie, it's 10 a.m. As much as I would also like to enjoy a delicious and healthy ice cream sando right about now, we got work to do, kiddo. And we need to make it snappy because there are 5 sealed crates of DVD box sets blocking off the bathroom, and I gotta pee real bad. Don't let the entire cast of all 13 seasons of Shark Tank, but with actual sharks, stand in your way. What? Oh, so it's Shark Tank, but with actual sharks. Okay, I get it. Let's get to it. You can't beat the whammy bar. I got to get to work unpacking the various boxes around the living room. A couple hours pass, and I get some good work done. The washer-dryer unit is both washing and drying, and we can actually walk through the living room without tripping over boxes. First visitor already? I'll walk over to the door and open it. Hello! A handsome, clean-cut man stands at my door, brandishing a plate of cookies. Hello? Oh, where are my manners? My name is Joseph. I'm your next-door neighbor. Oh, yes, hi, I'm Andrew. That's what my name is. I saw the moving van and thought I'd bring over some cookies. My daughter, Christy, wanted me to let you know she'd break them herself. Joseph leans in and whispers, but between you and me, she just sprinkled in the chocolate chips. We both share a laugh. Kids, right?
Alright.
Wow, cookies, huh? So nice to meet you. Joseph hands her the plate of cookies with a smile. Well, thanks for the cookies. Amanda disappears with the cookies. Amanda, come back. And she's gone. That's my daughter. Her name is Amanda. She's a charmer.
Oh.
Daughters are tough. Sons are also tough.
Oh.
Children in general are just tough. I hear that. I mean, there'd have to be something wrong with you to raise more than 2.
Oh.
I have 4 kids. What have you done? Oh, I meant... Don't worry, you didn't mean to be rude. Oh no, this is the first neighbor I've met. My social life is already on a tailspin. Wonder if it's too late to move again? Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Is the missus around? Mr. actually. And, no, not anymore. He died. Oh. I'm sorry for your loss. No, it's alright. Wow, this is uncomfortable. We stand there quietly for a moment, acutely aware of how awkward we both made things. I'm sorry, can you close the door real quick? I look at Joseph quizzically, but comply. After a second, I hear a knock on the door, opening it. I see Joseph standing there with a huge smile.
Oh.
Hey, I'm your new neighbor, Joseph. I promise to not talk about your dead spouse this time. I'm throwing a barbecue for the cul-de-sac, and I'd love for you to come by and meet the rest of the neighbors in our community. What do you say, pal?
Oh.
That sounds great. My daughter Amanda and I would love to stop by. Also, 4 kids is a perfectly normal amount of children to have. Shake hands to seal the deal.
Aye.
Well, neighbor, I'll see you at 3 p.m. sharp on Saturday. Sure thing, neighbor. Joseph starts walking away, but stops to think for a second and turns around.
Yeah.
Hey, in all seriousness, raising a kid on your own can't be easy. If you ever need to talk about stuff, I'm the youth minister at a church down the street. Oh, I don't know. I really wouldn't consider myself a youth.
Yeah.
You look pretty young to me, but suit yourself. And with that, Joseph's gone. He seemed nice. Amanda walks back into the living room, crumbs on her face and a cookie in hand. That was the smoothest recovery I've ever seen. I should be taking notes. See? You're already fitting in great. Was she even paying attention? Where do cookies go? They're gone. I'm sorry. If it makes you feel any better, they weren't very good. So you ate all of them anyway? I guess that makes it break time. Any ideas? Let's get some fresh air. Let's hit that park down the road. I saw tons of dogs there when we drove past. Okay, will you help me steal a dog? For the last time, I can't fit a dog into the pockets of my cargo shorts. It's physically impossible. You're breaking my heart, Pops. Stand up for yourself. Don't let anyone disrespect you. Disrespect you. Amanda and I begin a stroll through the neighborhood. I can't believe how beautiful it is outside. Kids are playing in the streets, the flowers are in bloom, and the faint smell of a nearby barbecue drifts through the air. This place is nice. Too nice. I don't trust it. Good eye, honey. Never be too careful. See that baby stroller over there? Government operative. We're on to you, baby. Is that a reference to that stupid baby movie? We walk a while and eventually end up at a small park. Toddlers chase each other through the playground, and dogs of all shapes and sizes romp through the grass. It's pretty crowded, but Amanda spots a nice empty bench. We start to make our way over to it when... Heads up! Ow! A frisbee suddenly hits me in the face. Woof! A corgi with a neat plaid handkerchief tied around its neck bounds up to me, wagging its tail. Hold on a second. Oh. Hello. Arf, arf. He runs around in a circle and nudges my leg with his nose. Oh God, this is the cutest dog. pet the dog. But where do I pet the dog? Head rubs. That's what I usually go for. He seems to love a good head rub. All smiles here. He definitely could have caught that. Guy in a Hawaiian shirt jumps up, jogs over to us and takes the frisbee from me. You know, frisbees are traditionally caught with your hands, not your face. I'll catch you with my teeth next time. Got me off guard this round. Not again. Not ever again. Hi, I'm just messing with you. I'm Brian, by the way. I'm Andrew, and this is my daughter, Amanda. I look over at Amanda only to find her sitting on the ground rubbing the dog's tummy.
Huh.
Hi. Your dog's cool. Oh, that Maxwell sure loves the attention. It's great to see another father and daughter out here on such a sunny day. Where's yours? Brian gestures over to a grassy knoll where a young girl sits on a checkered blanket. She's reading a book bigger than her head. She puts it down and heads over to us. This is Daisy. She's reading the Brothers Karamazov. Her teacher keeps telling me that she has the reading comprehension skills of a high schooler. How old is she? 10. She's a precocious little youngster. Whoa. My natural dad instinct kicks in. I must brag about my child's accomplishments. No, I don't really want to do that. Oh no, it's happening. Go on, Daisy, tell them about yourself. That's my girl. Amanda, get in there. Okay. Flee. Do you really want to flee? Yes. Amanda, get out of there. Don't ask me twice. Boy, what are we doing here? Putting our kids on What? Competing? Oh, competing. Oh my god, I'm an idiot. On competing pedestals? It's been such a treat getting to know you two, and that's what matters. God, even his cowardice is better than mine. Stop acting so competitive. So I take it you guys are new to the neighborhood? We just moved in. Do you live around here? Yeah, we live in that cul-de-sac down next to the coffee shop. What a coincidence. That's where we live too. Small world, yeah. Daisy and I are in a little ranch-style house on the corner. I know that house. It's like ours, but slightly bigger and better landscaped. Does this guy have to outdo me at everything? What a lovely place. Well, I don't want to take up any more of your time. Really nice meeting you guys. You'll have to stop by at some point. Yeah, definitely. Bye. Brian and Daisy walk further into the park with Maxwell happily trotting along in tow. Do you get the feeling that he was trying to one-up us? Trying and succeeding. I can't believe that kid's only 10. What was I even doing at our age? believe you had a bit of a thing for horses. Shame that didn't pan out. Could have majored in comparative horse studies. It's not too late to minor in horse creative writing. Too close to the truth, Dad.
Dad.
Let us never speak of the fantastic adventures of Sir Horsington the Brave, an epic in 7 parts by Amanda Yerkes. We laugh off the horse epic and walk around the park a bit more, enjoying the day. I don't want coffee, thank you. Let's go take a nap. All this sunlight is making me real tired. I don't think I got enough sleep last night. I slept for 14 hours. Exactly. Don't trust gas station egg sandwiches. Great tip. As we're walking home, I hear heavy footsteps come up behind us. Andrew, bro!
Hey.
I turn around and I'm greeted by a familiar face jogging up to this. Do you know who the voice actor for this is? None other than Nathan Sharp. With his sexy voice. Craig?
Mhm.
Bro.
Oh.
Holy. Wow, I haven't seen Craig in forever.
Hmm.
It's been too long, dude. Yeah, wow, you look great.
Bro.
Yeah, I cleaned up my act. Cleaned up his act? Are you kidding me? He's ripped. Amanda, this is my friend, Craig. We went to college together. We were roommates for a while, too. Amanda, dude, you probably won't remember me, but you're so big now.
Huh.
Hello, and hello, cute baby.
Hmm.
Oh, thank you. That's the last time I saw you, I think you were about her size. This is River. Say hi, River. He picks up her tiny wrist and waves it around. River gurgles happily. Are you babysitting?
Oh.
No, dude, River's my kid. Man, it has been a long time. Feels like one minute we're rolling up to exams with bad hangovers, and the next we're both fathers. Where have you been, man?
Hmm.
I was working out in California and just relocated the business back to Maple Bay. No kidding. Amanda and I just moved to this side of town. How's Smashley doing?
Oh, man.
I mean Ashley. Ashley is her name.
Oh.
She actually still goes by Smashley. And we got divorced last year. Oh, dude, I'm so sorry.
Hmm.
It's old news. We take turns taking care of River and the twins. It's all copacetic. Twins who have 3 kids?
Huh?
Ain't life something, bro, right? Keg Stand Craig is the father of 3.
Hmm?
Keg Stand Craig.
Mhm.
Oh, haha, yeah, it was my old college nickname. Got it because he did a lot of keg stands. It's that thing where you do a handstand on a keg and then drink from the keg.
Huh.
Right. He was very good at it.
Hmm.
Ah, bro, I hate to be that guy, but I'm in the middle of my daily jog and I really gotta keep my heart rate. Brought River along for, resistance training. You jog daily? I jog yearly. On January 1st, when I promised myself that I'm gonna jog daily for the rest of the year, but give up after 30 minutes and just walk home.
Oh.
It's never too late to get back into it. You should join me sometime. I don't know.
Hey.
Come on, it'll be fun. We can grab breakfast afterwards, catch up. We could do a bro brunch like the good old days. Alright, sure, sounds great.
Hmm?
Great. Let's get that going soon. I better get moving. Good to see you guys. Craig gives a little wave, puts his earbuds back in, and jogs off. I can't believe Craig is ripped and has kids. I'm reeling.
Hmm?
Why is that? The Craig I knew is not fit to be responsible for any living thing, including especially himself. One time I watched him drink an entire jar of marinara sauce for dinner. Amanda, he opened up a new jar of marinara sauce and then drank it like it was a thing normal people do. It was unholy. Then I asked him what the hell he was doing. He said, and I quote, "It's basically a smoothie, bro." I mean, technically, he's not wrong. He jogs. He was jogging.
Huh.
He's like a totally different person. Anyway, we better get home. I'll have plenty of time to reflect on how old I feel later. Amanda and I flop down onto the couch. Amanda has to shove some empty boxes out of the way before she can sit.
Oh.
Too bad we're gonna be putting my stuff right back on into these boxes in a few months. No, don't say that.
Hmm.
Oh, Dad, it's gonna be okay. I'll be fine. I know. It's just, you're my little girl. It's gonna be weird not having you around.
Ah.
I'll come visit, and they'll text you every day. They'll take lots of pictures. I mean, obviously, I'm a photography major. You promise?
Oh.
Of course. Are you gonna be okay by your lonesome? Oh, come on. I'll be fine. Get a dog or something.
Yes.
A dog?
Alright.
Forget art school. Stay for the dog. Is that what it's gonna take? Medium-sized dog, handkerchief to get around the neck. I get to name it. That's what it'll cost for me to give up on my dreams. I'm a woman of simple wants and needs. I wouldn't advocate that. Well, the dog is a lot cheaper than college. Amanda laughs.
Huh.
Suddenly, a pile of envelopes slides through the mail slot. Speaking of college, Amanda darts over to the envelopes and shuffles through them. She pulls that one out and throws the rest back onto the floor.
Hey.
This is from McGowan College of Art and Design. Open it.
Hmm.
I'm scared. It's just an envelope.
Hmm.
Yeah, it's just like my entire future. Not a big deal.
Hmm.
She takes a deep breath and rips the letter open with her teeth. We have a letter opener, but okay. A letter opener? But why do you have a letter opener?
Hmm.
I hold my breath while Amanda's eyes dart back and forth, scanning the letter. What does it say? The admissions committee has reviewed your application. Blah blah blah. We regret to inform you that we're unable to offer you admission to McGowan College of Art and Design.
Oh.
Amanda throws the letter on the coffee table. Oh, sweetie.
Oh.
It's okay. I kind of saw it coming. I knew I shouldn't have put that experimental stuff in my portfolio. Their admissions officer said they just want to see portraits or whatever. I pull Amanda in for a big hug. You're an amazing photographer. I know how much work you put into your portfolio. Some other school is going to want to snatch you up for sure.
Hmm?
Yeah, I know. It's fine. Are you actually fine, or are you just saying that?
Hmm.
I'm fine, really. Base is the opposite, but probably shouldn't push her on this.
Ah.
And before I forget, Emma R and Emma P are sleeping over tonight.
Ugh.
So, you need me to get out of the way because I'm painfully uncool? I would choose more delicate phrasing, but yes. Well, have you know that I conveniently already have plans for tonight, so you'll have the new place to yourself. Yeah, what are your plans? Quick think of plans. I'm gonna put on a nice outfit and go tear it up on the dance floor. All the hottest dance moves, the lawnmower, the sprinkler, the running man, you know, the ones all the kids these days are doing. Yeah, the totally old ones that people are doing just for nostalgic. Well, it's not even nostalgic purposes, because most of them that are doing it weren't even born back then. They're just doing it for the memes, for the lols, I guess. Alright, but I'm not gonna pick you up if you pull anything this time. Not again. I'm just kidding. I'm actually going to... No, I'm not gonna watch any games. I'm wiped. Have fun with the Emmas. We'll try to keep it down. I know you're not going to, but I appreciate you saying that. And don't forget that you have that meeting with my English teacher tomorrow. Alright, Mr. Vega. Yep, totally remembered. I'll be there. Awesome. Night, Pops. I wake up to a text from an unknown number. Rise and shine, early bird. Still want to work out? This is Craig, by the way. Holy crap, it's 6 a.m. Who does 6 a.m. anymore? Without realizing it, I drift back to sleep. Whoops, must have winked back out. I checked my phone again. Hey bud, still want to get your swole on? I'm ready to tear up the track. Hit me up. The last thing I want to do right now is work out, but it is Craig. I do want to catch up. Okay, wait. Can we save here? Yes. Let me see what happens. Does it allow me to save multiple? It seems so, yes. Okay, good. I don't know why I'm so sleepy right now. I already got a full 8 hours. Anyways, let's go to the gym. Hey, my man. I need a few minutes to wake up, but let's meet in 20. After a few seconds, another text comes in. Sure thing. Meet me at the gym. I stretch and my bones creak. I gotta stop falling asleep on the couch. I throw my blanket off and... Hey, wait. I don't remember falling asleep with a blanket. Amanda must have tucked me in after I fell asleep. Bless that child. I reluctantly brush my teeth, throw on the only clothes I own that are kind of gym appropriate, and head out. The neighborhood is quiet and serene this early in the morning. Birds chirp and the grass is still wet with dew. Surprisingly, the gym is pretty crowded. I spot Craig standing out front, stretching. Of course. He spots me. and waves enthusiastically.
Hmm.
Hey, bro. Good morning. Hey, good to see you, man. I'm definitely not as pumped up as he is. Maybe I should have had some coffee before I left. No, you shouldn't have. You ready to kick some butt? Help. Gotta stay posy. With your help, I am. I get the feeling this is gonna be less of me kicking butt and more of the gym kicking my butt. But I can handle it with you here.
Oh.
Dude, bro, that means a lot.
Bro.
Bro! We head into the gym and I'm immediately intimidated. All these people look like they could break me in half. And it seems like Craig is friends with all of them?
Oh.
He high fives and finger guns like all the cool jocks in the room. Hold on a second. I just got a new random card from this game. Lovely. They look like they could and would steal my lunch money to spend on protein shakes.
Hmm.
Come on, bud, let's warm up. We head over to the treadmills and start walking. Okay, I can walk. Walking is good. This is a decent place to be, walking. So I know we're on treadmills.
Hmm.
Yes. And those over there are ellipticals.
Oh.
Very good. What is all this other stuff? Craig laughs. They might look a bit scary, but I guarantee that all of them serve a specific purpose for building muscle mass. I watch as the dude in muscle tee flexes a muscle I didn't know existed on a machine I think was once used to process grain into flour. What is that? What is that guy doing to himself? Why is that guy doing that to himself? That's a good question, bro. What do you think he's doing? Training to crush people's skulls with his thighs. He's trying to make his thighs so strong that he could crush people's skulls with them.
Bro.
Yeah, that's pretty much the only reason I work out.
Oh.
Oh no. Craig is turning up the speed. I better do the same. How long have you been doing the buff thing?
Oh.
Couple of years. What do you do when you're not dadding or working or buffing?
Oh.
Oh, I coach my twins softball team. Still counts as both dadding and buffing.
Hmm.
I keep busy. What do you do for fun? Chicken my butt. I'm just gonna save here and see what his reaction is to that. Spend most of my time in front of the mirror, admiring my Adonis-like figure that I've worked out so hard to sculpt. Ha! But that I mean lay horizontal and bad watch television.
Nice.
Let me go back and see what the other option would have done. Well, let me see what this one does.
Hmm.
I don't know what the difference was. I think I'm gonna look that up. Hold on. Oh, okay. That's just showing me what it does. Oh, okay. I see. That makes more sense. I'm just gonna move a few things around. I'm not gonna do a completionist run of this, just because when I play dating sims, I like to go for one person only. Okay, so first option was the one he likes the most. Oh gosh, my hair. It's horrible. Yeah, I like learning too, anyway, so I was just trying to impress him with that one, but looks like I just gotta be honest. I don't know where I am right now. I'm just gonna load from here and select it again. So I love learning. I try to educate myself about the world around me. I'm like a sponge for knowledge, soaking up all that intelligent content, History, the paranormal, wildness, survival, aliens, mostly those things.
Oh.
So, you watch the History Channel too, huh? Yes. We're jogging now. Oh God, we're jogging now. I look over to Craig, who hasn't even broken a sweat. How's he doing this so effortlessly? I'm dying. I can feel my life force draining through every orifice of my body. Hey, remember when my fish died in college? No, I don't like the story. But God, is he really bumping up the speed again? Guess I better do it too. Oh, this is fast. This is very fast. We're at that party, and he vowed to make me feel better. Telling me to create a distraction, so of course I do a sick keg stand and get everyone cheering. And then I tried to steal a fish from a tank at the party with my bare hands, like an idiot.
Bro.
And then you drop the fish and it's flopping around and you panic. So you run up to me post keg stand with a dying, dirty fish in your hands that you scooped off the ground. You're yelling at me that we have to leave.
Dude.
So we're running out of a frat party with a fish and trying to give it mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. And we get him home and get him into a bowl of water, but the prognosis was grim. The next day he's alive and well.
Bro.
They never did catch the great fish thieves of Grand Ridge U. And they never will. I shoot off the end of the treadmill and crash into the wall. Jesus, that hurts. Dude, bro, are you okay? Craig offers me a hand and looks me over for injuries. I'm fantastic. I managed to stand up and rub my back. Doesn't hurt now, but I'm sure it will later.
Oh, man.
You don't have to push yourself like that. Always know your limits. Well, I think I might call our gym adventure here.
Hmm.
You sure? Yeah.
Hmm.
Alright, well, here. I brought you this. Greg hands me a shaker bottle full of a thick green liquid. I stare at it with what must be apparent distaste.
Oh.
It's a protein shake, bro. Oh, thank you. He wants me to drink it. Oh boy, here goes. Take a small sip. It's actually delicious. Wow, this is really good.
Bro.
And good for you. It's my special recipe. I'm pretty proud of it.
Hey.
Let me know if you ever want to work out again. Maybe we can try running up around the neighborhood if your treadmills aren't your speed. No pun intended, bro. Good one. Well, I'm gonna go put some ice on this. On everything. I'll see you around. I'll leave the gym feeling ashamed. Craig used to order delivery from the pizza place across from our dorm, and now he can run circles around me. Literally. Man, I really gotta work on this dad bod. I get home and lie on the couch. It hurts to move. Oh god, I'm so old. Oh no, I must have fallen asleep. What time is it? It's 3:55. Supposed to be at Amanda's school in 5 minutes. Frantically put on some clean clothes, apply a generous amount of deodorant, and run out the door. I arrive at Amanda's school and check in at the front desk. They give me a bright orange visitor sticker and send me on my way. I'm barely awake and feeling pretty haggard, but hopefully nobody will notice. I check my watch and am relieved to see that I'm only 2 minutes late. Wait, was it room 103 or 108? I spot a youth standing at his locker and approach him for help. Excuse me, do you know where Mr. Vega's classroom is? He just turns around and looks me up and down with heavily lined eyes. Come on, kid, I'm late for a meeting. Mr. Who? Mr. Vega. I don't know. Have you tried the exit? Okay, wise guy. Are you gonna help me or not? Fine. Up the stairs and to the left. Can't miss him. I head up the stairs and walk around, unable to find Mr. Vega's class anywhere. After a couple minutes of searching, I head back downstairs. That punk youth sent me on a wild goose chase. I get back to where that low-rent Gerard Way is standing, full ready to give him a piece of my mind, when suddenly a head pops out of the classroom next to his locker.
Hmm?
Lucian, don't you have a third period to get to? Fine, Mr. Vega.
Hmm?
Wow. Now I'm officially 10 minutes late. I glare at him as he walks away. We're not cool.
Oh.
Must be Andrew. The period's almost over. Do you mind waiting in the back?
Ah.
Mr. Vega leads me in. I take a seat in one of the comically small students' desks in the back. I might get stuck in this.
Hmm?
Alright. Where were we? Now, who can tell me about the unreliability of the narrator in J.D. Salinger's Catcher in the Rye? Yes, Colin? Colin stands up and does the thing where he blows into the crook of his elbow to make a fart noise.
Hmm?
The whole class erupts in laughter.
Um.
Alright, everybody. Funny. Very funny, Colin. Please sit down.
Oh.
Now, Holden Caulfield is an unreliable narrator in the sense that the bell for the end of the period rings. All students immediately get up and make for a break for the door. I did read that book. I wouldn't say he's unreliable, but in your sense, he would be unreliable because he's very biased about the world, and he speaks in hip language, would you say? I don't know. I don't remember. That's all I can remember about it.
Whoa.
Remember to do the reading and answer the response questions on page 194 in your textbook. Nobody's listening.
Hmm?
Or not, I guess. Mr. Vega turns to me and sighs. Middle schoolers, right? Did you choose high schoolers?
I don't know.
Both, but it cuts. Right.
Ah.
Thanks so much for coming in. No problem, Mr. Vega.
Oh.
Please call me Hugo. Don't normally do these impromptu parent-teacher meetings. But as I'm sure you know, Amanda's a very bright student and I'm concerned about her recent behavior. What's going on? Amanda's never been the most engaged student, but I know she cares. Recently, though, she's been falling behind. She's not been completing assignments and has been doing rather poorly on tests. I'd normally chalk this up to our senioritis, but this is strange. I thought Amanda always shared everything with me. It hadn't even crossed my mind that something might be wrong. I just wanted to ask, is everything okay at home? Well, we just moved recently, but it was only to the other side of town, and Amanda was more excited about it than I was. See if you can talk to her about it. I know she values you a great deal, and I would appreciate your guidance. If she keeps heading down this road, I don't know how important art school is to her, and I would hate to see her miss out on scholarship money that she clearly deserves. I'll make sure to talk to Amanda. Thanks for letting me know, Hugo. Anytime. On my way out, I stop, thinking for a moment. I turn to Hugo. Hey, Hugo?
Ah.
Yes? Did you ever catch that rye? Oh, God. Yes. That wasn't even an option. Oh, boy. I leave the classroom and make my way out of the school. I'm still a little bit in shock that Amanda was able to hide this so well from me. She's always been a force for positivity in my life, especially after we lost her father. Amanda must be done with classes for the day by now. I'm sure she would appreciate a ride home. Maybe I can talk to her about what's going on. I pull up to the carpool and Amanda hops in the passenger seat. So, did you have fun gossiping about me? Mr. Vega and I actually just gossiped about our celebrity crushes. So you talked about Mario Batali the whole time? It's a very productive meeting. I'm pretty hungry. Can we grab some dinner? Sure thing. I don't know. I do love some Chinese food from the mall. It's pretty great. Let's go to the food court. Does that sound good to you? Yeah, sure. Why the mall? Can a dad take his daughter to the mall? Will you buy me things? I'll buy you a thing, singular. Sounds like a deal to me. We drive in silence for a short while. Amanda plays a game on her phone. I should say something. You know, sometimes when a kid gets older, they have to keep things hidden from their parents. And that's okay, because that's what kids do. That's okay. But also sometimes it's good to have the parents' perspective, because, you know, we have the parents who've also dealt with similar situations. Maybe they're a little cooler than you give them credit for. Anyways, I'm trying to say that it's good to share. Love you. Have you been reading my tweets? You have a Twitter? What? Never mind. Look, sweetie, Mr. Vegas said you haven't been participating in class, that you're not turning things in.
Huh.
Oh, I'm fine, Pops. Seeing your eyes and all that. I thought you liked Mr. Vegas' class. It's fine, he's fine. We pull up to a stoplight and I Amanda. She's still texting. I want you to know that you can talk to me about anything.
Aww.
Uh-huh. I can tell that whatever it is, she doesn't want me knowing about it. That's frustrating. I heard MR is going to that fancy art school in California. That's exciting. Yep. Are you bummed that you guys aren't going to the same school? Yep. Amanda keeps texting. She stifles a laugh. So it's so funny. Oh, I don't think you get it. Okay. Who are you texting?
Yeah.
Noah. Who's Noah? My friend. Does he go to your school? Yep. Do you like Noah? What? No. Dad. Ugh. Can't believe you would.
Aww.
Dad. I mean, jeez. Why would you... Ugh. Gross. Sorry, just asking. Dad, he's just my friend. Guys and girls can be friends. He's my friend. Okay. Jeez. This is going well. Well, good talk. Love you, kiddo. She leans forward and turns up the radio. I guess that conversation is over. To the mall, then. We arrive at the mall, a big indoor shopping center with a couple different floors. It's kind of dead, but that doesn't stop a mall security guard from yelling at a group of loitering teens. Let's eat something disgusting for dinner. Why? Hell yeah. What? Language, Missy. That's not a curse word. Heck yeah? Better. We approach the food court and evaluate our options. There's greasy restaurant after greasy restaurant. My heart burns looking at the menus. Nothing looks happy to be here. Nobody looks. What are you in the mood for? Bread dipped in sugar? Bread with cheese on it? Or do you want me to inject fat directly into your bloodstream? I extend my hand to her. Would you do the honor of sharing some nachos? I don't want nachos, though. I want Chinese food. She takes my hand with a grin. You have to make me the happiest, cheesiest girl alive. We order a giant pile of chips and unnaturally orange cheese from a very enthusiastic and possibly stoned teenager. We take a seat at a rickety table and dig in. These are bad. These are very bad. Also strangely delicious. We have to eat through the pain. We enjoy the fluorescent cheesy goodness until we're all out of nachos. So, something has been bothering me for a while. Can you explain memes to me? Ugh, which meme? All memes?
Ugh.
Amanda sighs deeply and places her head on her hands.
Aw.
Dad, it's complicated. See, memes are inside jokes shared by a bunch of people that get less funny the more people do it. So the problem is that by the time a meme gets to you, Dad, all us yous have already done the joke to death. And what's worse than that movies and TVs and video games will try to jump in on a meme train. But just based on how long it takes to make them, the meme will be long dead by the time it comes out. So it just dates it, and it isn't funny. I'm not going to say that.
Aw.
Dad, please.
Yeah?
Anyways, changing the subject. Where to now? Wanna go to that goth store? What? You know, the one that's all black and tries to establish itself as anti-establishment despite being an exact representation of the establishment? I don't know what store you're talking about. You know, the one where you can buy chain wallets, and it's basically an assault on what people fought so hard against in the punk and hardcore movements of the 70s and 80s? Dude, you gotta be more specific. The one where you threw up in that one time? Oh, that one! Wow, that's the only reason she remembers it. Amanda runs into the store with me trailing behind her. She makes a beeline for the back. There it is. You can still see the outline, kinda. I'm so proud. Speech. Amanda. Speech. Alright, I'll do it if you stop chanting. Amanda stops immediately. I clear my throat. Thank you all for joining us here today to commemorate a historic moment that would forever shape history. On a day very much like today, some 5 years ago, our very own Amanda Ann Yerkes had too much blue raspberry slushy on an outing to the mall. What? How would a slushy get you sick? After begging her father to take her to Dead Goth and Beyond to buy rainbow suspenders, she proceeded to throw up all over a display of My Chemical Romance merchandise. Her loving father then had to pay for said merchandise, which to this day remains among our possessions. Thank you. Amanda's moved. She begins clapping, slowed first, then faster and more vigorously. Several other patrons turn their heads. One of them also starts clapping. I bow my head.
Yeah.
Oh hey, chain wallets. While Amanda busies herself looking at band t-shirts, I try to find something of interest to myself. Not much for a dad to look at in Dead Goth and Beyond. Let's just look at the band t-shirts. I barely know any of these bands. Chemical Bone Party doesn't seem like the music I enjoy. They must be really happy that a retail outlet is carrying their merchandise. I hope their parents are really proud of them. Look, this is very important to me. I overhear a stifled argument at the cash register. An older gentleman is carrying a garment and showing it to a bored-looking cashier with pink hair. I can see that. Don't know what to tell you, dude. I just work here.
Oh my.
Listen, when I bought this online, the website said this blouse was Victorian-inspired. However, when I received it, it clearly held the trademark of an Edwardian dressage. Do you want a coupon? I can give you a coupon. Will you leave if I give you a coupon? Is there a manager present? People have to know what they're buying. I am the manager.
Huh.
I see. Well, it would seem that I have outstayed my welcome. Good day, shopkeep. Your superiors will receive a strongly worded letter by post. Whatever, dude. The man whirls around and storms out, his lateral coattails trailing behind him. I can't tell if they're Victorian-inspired or Edwardian in nature. Amanda trots up to me with a t-shirt in her hand. Oh boy, here it comes.
Oh no.
Hey Dadtron 5000. Yes, I'll buy it for you. Wow, that was easy. Thanks. At least it's only one this time. Amanda plops the shirt on the counter and grins at the cashier.
Ah.
I love your hair. The cashier says nothing and rings Amanda up. Radiating hatred. I hand her 20. So what's that guy's deal? Cashier rolls her eyes so hard, I'm worried she'll pull something. That's Damien. He's in here all the time. He's obsessed with Victorian fashion or whatever. She hands Amanda her bag, and it's clear the conversation is over. We make our way out of the store and head home to get some rest. Amanda and I sit on the couch trying to find something to watch over bowls of ice cream.
Huh.
Oh cool, Long Haul Paranormal Ice Road Ghost Truckers is on. Your favorite, right? Oh hell yes, they have to make it over the Canadian tundra before the ice road melts, but they're also hunting ghosts.
Okay.
Also, the trucks are haunted. This is an episode I've already seen, but it's the best. Callum and Flint's Dogbone, the twin brother truck driving and ghost hunting duo, find themselves in the greatest peril yet. Oh no. The ghosts done got control of the truck. I can't steer on them. They're damn. Let's try to pronounce this sentence. I can't steer on them. They're damn ice roads. Let me use this EVP meter to try and communicate with the spirits. Flint, we're about to die. I almost got it. If you listen carefully, it sounds like it's saying you're going to die. That's because we're about to die, you. This is art. The episode ends, and Amanda excuses herself to go and start arguments on the internet. Yeah, that's me. I stay up a little longer, curious about the exploits of Callum and Flint Dogbone after their disastrous ice road accident. Afterward, I crawl into bed and get a good night's sleep. Like I just did, but I don't feel like it's been. Morning, sleepyhead. 5 more minutes. You never let me have 5 more minutes, so get up. Fine. We have cereal for breakfast and spend the morning putting together furniture. Amanda is much better at interpreting the tiny manuals. We're able to put together a few shelves and one desk, but I'm pretty sure it was supposed to be a bookcase. Is she excited for the cookout today? If there's food, I'm excited. I'm all over those terrible store-bought sugar cookies that everyone brings to parties. Why are they terrible? I love sugar cookies. They're delicious. Yeah, those are bad. Which means there are more for me. Don't you want to meet some of the people in the neighborhood? I'll probably end up standing uncomfortably in the corner with a plate of food and hope that nobody talks to me. After a beautiful work in progress, we'll get that butterfly to emerge from the cocoon. The social butterfly. Well, we better start getting ready. We definitely don't want to be late. What? No, we have to be fashionably late. Who shows up to a cookout on time? You know, we're going early, just because you said that. I head out to the door and Amanda reluctantly follows. We walk across the street to Joseph's house with a store-bought veggie plate. I'm a terrible cook if it doesn't involve a grill. Guess we're not as early as we thought we were. Joseph's backyard is already packed with people, and the smell of hot dogs wafts through the air. Small children run through a sprinkler, and adults chat in small clusters. I set our veggie plate down on a table next to two other veggie plates. Hey, there's Joseph. Wave to get his attention. The moment he sees us, he jogs over, arms open wide. Welcome. So glad you two are here. And you brought veggies. Let me introduce you to my family. Kids, come on over here. This is Chris, my eldest. Hi. This is Christian and Christy. They're twins. They stare creepily and say nothing. Then, of course, there's our youngest, Krish. Where's Krish? Maybe Mary put him in his crib. Oh, and how could I forget my lovely wife, Mary? Joseph pecks her on the cheek. She smiles. Ah, Mary, sweetheart, did you put Krish to bed? I'll have to go look for him. What? You'll have to... Joseph takes a moment and regains his composure. Mary, this is our new neighbor, Andrew, and his daughter Amanda. Let's shake your hand, but I have a glass of wine that I need to tend to. I love her. Nice to meet you, Mary. Charmed. Well, I have to go over there now. My wife has a wonderful sense of humor, but you two enjoy the barbecue. All the guys are really excited to meet you. Here, let me introduce you around. Have you met Matt yet? Who? Hey, Matt, come meet our new neighbors. This is Andrew and Amanda. Amanda and I both give him a wave. Hey, I'm Matt. Nice to meet you two. Matt runs a coffee shop down the street. He bakes a mean carrot cake.
Oh.
Matt grins sheepishly.
Oh.
He also knows everything about music. His record collection takes up a whole wall of his house. That's me, the music guy. It's a bit of an understate. He also used to be in a... I'm just the music guy. Always stoked to discuss music, tunes and stuff.
Oh.
That's so cool. I love music.
Hey, yeah.
Matt's ears seem to perk up.
Hey, yeah.
Oh yeah, what kind of stuff do you listen to? Top tier stuff? I think. One of the best tunes can grace my earbuds. Gold diamond eardrum ticklers crafted by the finest soundsmiths. My dad listens to more elevator music than anyone I've ever met. Okay, Amanda.
Hey.
Hey man, sometimes you just want to jam out some music. I understand. Cool, alright. That stands there for a second. So,
Oh.
right. Cool.
Hey, yeah.
Well, be making the rounds. Feel free to stop by later. Is he afraid of people as you are? You might be. This is Robert. He lives just across the way. A haggard man, nursing a glass of whiskey, eyes me up and down. Hey. Hey, I'm Andrew. It's nice to meet you. Takes a long swig of his drink. Charmed.
Yeah.
Andrew and his daughter just moved in next door. Cool. If you ever need recommendations on where to get a drink in this town, Rob's your man. I told you not to call me Rob.
Oh.
Right, got it. Robert ambles away without saying goodbye.
Oh.
He's not really a people person. Wow, I think I've actually met everybody else. Great. I bet you're excited to get everyone to know everyone better. Hope you both enjoy yourselves. Amanda and I are milling around and try some of the food spread out on the table. I pick at some deviled eggs. Amanda grabs a small paper plate and immediately begins filling it with baked goods. I don't want to have to make friends.
Dad.
Come on, Dad. Who are you going to party with when I go off to school? But I don't want to have to do pleasantries. Dad. Oh, so we're going to talk about the weather. Go do it. Make a friend. How can I possibly abandon my only child as social function? That's bad parenting. This plate of cookies is my new dad. Bye. Amanda shows me into the center of the yard. Well, here goes nothing. I look around the party and I'm surprised to see some familiar faces. Oh, it's the coffee guy or it's the music guy. We literally just met him. What a cool guy and mysterious. Didn't that guy throw a frisbee at my head? Isn't that the guy who was throwing a fit and did Goth and Beyond? Isn't that Amanda's teacher? Hey, I know Craig. Wait a second. These people live in our cul-de-sac? That can't be right. I better investigate. But Hugo and Hugo seem embroiled in intense discussion. Craig looks on, smiling politely. I walked over to say hello. Well, I don't think it's fair to try and compare two art movements like that. Periods in art only exist because they're a unique byproduct of the social and political climate and of a time and place, and try to take something like, say, the Rococo period, and compare it to postmodernism in America, you're completely disregarding the context in which a work of art is created. Matt and Hugo seem to be busy talking that they don't notice me. Craig leans in. Dude, I have no idea what's happening. Turn my attention to Craig, who seems a little more attentive to my existence. How'd resistance training go the other day?
Oh.
Great, Little River here is a great cheerleader. Aren't you, Tiny Brow? Craig grabs River's arms and waves him around.
Oh.
You can do it, Dad. I'm so proud of you. I'm so sorry for pooping on you. She must be a handful at that age.
Oh.
Oh, they always are.
Dude!
But it's so worth it. Craig grabs River's arms again and waves him around.
Oh.
And I'm sorry for throwing up on you, Dad.
Oh.
How are you settling in? I'll go neutral on that. I think. Wait, hold on. Uh... Okay, let's go neutral on this. Almost done. There's still a few odds and ends I have to take care of before I can really call myself settled. But I think we can upgrade the situation to livable.
Oh.
We did livable throughout the entirety of college. You know, my goal was for Amanda to live the sort of life that didn't involve eating spoonfuls of ranch dressing as a palate cleanser between different types of pizza. She still does, though. Hey, she takes after her dad. Andrew, how are you liking the neighborhood? It's pretty nice. Everyone's been super friendly.
Hey.
Seems like your daughter's fitting in just fine. Matt points across the yard to where Amanda, Daisy, and another young girl are playing. They're all sitting cross-legged in the grass, picking weeds and weaving them into little flower crowns. It's pretty adorable. The girl I don't recognize jogs over to us.
Hey.
What is it, sweetheart? It's a flower crown. Thought you'd look cute in it. There's only one way to find out. Matt takes the flower crown and places it on top of his head.
Hey.
That cool now? The girl stares at him, thinking it over. Nope, but you're slightly less uncool than you were before you put it on.
Hey.
Ha. Andrew, this is my daughter. Hello. I'm Carmencita. Amanda comes over with Daisy in tow. Dad, look, I'm making friends. Are you making friends? You better be making friends. Yeah, actually, Amanda, you remember the cool barista from the coffee shop? We didn't go to the coffee shop, though. Okay. That's, didn't look that over in the script, did you? And my old college friend and, your teacher.
Hey.
Oh, hi, Mr. Vega. I didn't realize we were neighbors. Yep. You still gonna get me that overdue term paper?
Ugh.
Ugh, great seeing you. Amanda finger guns her way out of the conversation like a champ. She learned the finger gun moves from me. I'm very proud. She's definitely a charmer. Speaking of which, where did my son go?
What?
Hugo looks around the party. You must finally spot him, because his eyes go wide. Ernest Hemingway Vega, are you smoking? Ernest is holding a lit cigarette. No. I see Ernest across the way. He casually takes a long drag of cigarette and then flicks it into a gutter. Unbelievable. Excuse me. Hugo marches over to Ernest, and I turn my attention to Matt and Craig. Kids, right? And I do not envy Hugo. The last barbecue we had, Ernest tried to shove a sparkler down Joseph's pants. Nearly burned down half the yard. And the barbecue we had before that, he actually burned down half the yard. And that has been spread onto my lawn and burned down half of my yard, too. Hugo walks back over to us, practically dragging Ernest behind him. Hey everybody, sorry about that. Andrew, this is my son, Ernest. Hello. Oh, that's me. Hello. Ernest looks away, sulking, his hands shoved deep in his pockets. Hugo nudges him impatiently. Hey. Nice to meet you, Ernest. What grade are you in? Doesn't matter. Ernest. Okay, I'm in 8th grade. Gotta be happy now? Sure, you were just dying to know. Yeah, good for you. Can I go now? I'm tired of talking to old dudes who blame my generation for the failing economy. Ouch. Ernest. Oh yeah, because I'm totally embarrassing you. Ernest puts his earbuds in and storms off to stand in the corner. Well, that was certainly something. He seems nice. Hugo puts his head in his hands and sighs. I'm so sorry. He's having a really tough time. As much as I want to be the cool dad, I have to be an authoritarian dad. And he clearly resents me for it. I mean, the thing as a dad and a teacher, that's about as authoritarian as you can get. Honestly, are any of us cool dads? Is it even possible to be a cool dad? What? I'm as cool as a cucumber. See? That right there. You can't say that. My kids think I'm cool. For how long, Craig? How long do we get to be the cool dads? I don't know. I think we have to accept the fact that as dads, we become the machine that once raged against become the machine we once raged against, and accept our fate to unironically wear socks with sandals. Your kids may think you're uncool now, but the moment they hit puberty, you're doomed. Amanda's 18, and she still thinks I'm cool. I yell across the yard to my daughter. Amanda, I'm cool, right? Amanda just laughs. She keeps laughing. I see her point.
Oh, no.
As much as we all want it, I don't think it's as important to be a cool dad as it is to be a good dad. We can't all be best friends with our kids. It just doesn't work. I mean, look at me and Ernest.
Oh.
Our jobs as parents is to make sure our kids turn out okay. Yeah, you're right, but it'd be nice to have it both ways. Hearing these guys talk about this makes me think of my relationship with Amanda. We get along so well, but there might come a time when it won't be like that. Is college when that happens?
Hey.
Don't let us eat up your time, Andrew. Go meet up some other people around the neighborhood. Not really feeling it. And without further ado, let's work some magic. Joseph closes his eyes, takes a deep breath, and gets to work. With the greatest of ease, he sets the patties on the grill, flourishing as he flips his spatula in the air. It's easily some of the best grill work I've ever seen. You guys think this is my first time in front of a grill? He's working faster now, effortlessly, tossing cheese onto patties, and perfectly grilling onions on the side. One after another, the dads take notice and crowd around Joseph to admire his masterful technique. You probably didn't know this, Andrew, but Joseph's known around here for his grillmanship. He's ungrillevable.
Hey.
I've tried to get on his level, but I can't catch up.
Hey.
Let us keep studying. He has rare quality about him. Mustard, we keep talking about this. Can't we just appreciate the artist?
Oh.
I've never seen him make a mistake.
Hey.
Okay, we need to stop. This is getting too cheesy. Please stop. All the children at the party boo the glorious display of puns in unison. Alright guys, the food's ready. Please form an orderly barbecue. Amanda groans. We all grab our food and hang out, enjoying the perfectly cooked cheeseburgers.
Yeah.
And it's so wild how all of us dads live in the same cul-de-sac.
Hey,
Kinda nice, isn't it? Feels like there's a real community here. Totally helps when you're just a single dad trying to raise a kid.
Oh.
We're happy to have you here, man. I think you're gonna like this neighborhood a lot. Plus, Amanda seems to be getting along with all of the kids. If she decides to get into the babysitting game, she'll really make a killing. Why don't you add us all on Dad Book? Dad Book? Yeah, it's a great social network for dads to keep in touch with each other. We're all on it, so if you ever need to reach out to anyone, that's the simplest way to do it.
Oh.
Sorry, I'm just an old-fashioned dad. Social media goes over my head sometimes, especially Facebook, because I don't ever have any want to actually have a Facebook account, because I'm not that social. The only thing I do on non-instant messaging based social media is plug my streams and channels, which is what I do on Twitter. See, now I'm getting an opportunity to plug right now. Anyways, sorry, I'm just an old-fashioned dad, so social media goes over my head sometimes. Don't worry, Pops, I'll help you figure it out. The rest of BBQ goes smoothly. We all trade stories and drink beer. I wouldn't drink beer. As our kids play on the lawn. Amanda breaks up a fight between Carmencita and those weird twins. I think they wanted her soul. Welcome to the neighborhood, Uncheap and Unlocked. Amanda and I walk back to our place as the sun sets over the neighborhood. Pretty fun party, don't you think? Playing? I thought that was a show. Whatever. Sweetie, if I can if I can impact any sort of wisdom upon you right now, and not that this was a bad situation, but if you've ever been in an uncomfortable situation, always look for the silver lining. Silver linings get you through to the other side. We ate Roggenbergs today. It was good. Oh, there's another random card I just got. It's Amanda. Okay. Amen. Well, hey, at least you met some other cool dads. You should hit them up on Dad Book. Maybe I will. If I ever figure out how social media works. I have a really good feeling about this place. Me too, Dad. Amanda and I arrive home with the remnants of our veggie plate. Seems like nobody was really into the cauliflower. I like cauliflower. Any big plans for this evening? Actually, yeah, I'm going out with some friends. Oh? Is that okay? Of course. Just keep me posted. Be home before midnight. You got it. And be careful.
Yeah.
I will. Make good choices. Of course. You sound like my old health teacher. And call me if you need anything. Dad, you're not going to do the thing where you wait silently for me to come home in the living room with all the lights off, are you? What? No, I've never done that, and I will never do that. Okay. Do you have plans tonight? Plans were kind of to eat ice cream and watch TV with Amanda, but I'll find something to do. I'm gonna... No, not that. Work on some stuff? You know, Dad stuff. I'm just relaxing tonight. Have fun, okay? Great, see you later. I watch Amanda drive off into the night. I really do hope she has fun. I plop down in front of the TV and turn on some Wine and Dine Mastermind with celebrity chef Gavin Chapman. Looks like Gavin's making a roasted rack of lamb with rosemary mashed potatoes. I'd love to be able to cook like that, although I think if I was actually good at cooking, I'd use my powers for evil. Like just making baked Alaskas all day instead of any food of real nutritional substance. Man, Gavin just caught that thing on fire, but he meant to do it. What a professional. I lose track of time as I blaze through several episodes of Wine and Dine Mastermind. And also one episode of some cooking show called Meat Hell. Not even sure what that one is about. It was just a lot of yelling. I glanced up at my watch. Man, it's almost midnight. I should check in with Amanda. I send a text. Hey kiddo, you good? Wander into the kitchen as I wait for a reply. Amanda's phone is almost always in her hand, so I'm sure she'll respond soon, unless she's driving home now, in which case, hope she doesn't respond soon, because definitely taught her better than to text and drive. I reach into the freezer and grab an ice cream sandwich. It's a little late for this, but I think I've earned it after a long day of socializing. Check my watch again. And then my phone. Nothing yet. Okay, now I'm worried. Do I call her? Do I call the cops? No. It's too soon for that. I just sent her a gentle reminder text. What's up? Half an hour passes. Now I'm really worried. The episode of Galvin Chapman's Meat Hell are not only accentuating my anxiety, but possibly exacerbating it with all the yelling, so I keep pacing around the house waiting for her to come back. Why didn't I find out where she's going? Who is she even with? Why don't I know any of her friends' phone numbers? Why don't I even know any of her friends' full names? Who is Emma P? I decide to send her another text. Amanda, please text me and let me know you're okay. Can't help but think of the awful things that could have happened to her. Oh, thank God, it's her. Amanda opens the door and shuffles in. Finally, she's back home. Glad she's okay. Sup? Sweetie, thank God you're safe.
Dad.
Oh, yep. Now that I know she's okay, I'm really mad. Why didn't you answer my text? Amanda pulls out her phone out of her pocket.
Eh?
Oh, whoops, I guess I didn't see those. She starts to walk to her room. Amanda Ann. Whoa, we're pulling out the middle name now. Amanda, you came home an hour and a half after your curfew, and you didn't respond to any of my texts. You really freaked me out. I was about to call the cops. Dad, you're seriously overreacting. You're not going to be like this when I go off to school, are you? And you weren't responding, and it was just like when your dad... I had to stop myself from tearing up.
What?
Oh, Dad, I didn't mean to. I sit down on the couch and put my head in my hands. I feel very tired all of a sudden. You really scared me. Just, please don't do that again.
Oh.
Alright, I'm gonna go to bed now. I'm gonna close the door to her room, and I head to mine. Jeez. So I'm falling asleep. One thing she said keeps echoing in my mind. You're not gonna be like this when I go off to school, are you? Definitely didn't sleep well last night. Brew some strong coffee and make some scrambled eggs for Amanda as a peace offering. She eventually wanders into the kitchen. Hey. Thought about what you said last night. I should have texted you. I said I was gonna do it and I didn't. I honestly just didn't even think about it. I'm really sorry, Pops. I won't do it again. Well, you're an adult now. I shouldn't have gotten you so worked up. Team Yerks? Team Yerks. Amanda gives me a hug. Want some eggs? You know it. Sprinkle some cheese on them. Already did.
All right.
Bless you. And to scarf down the eggs in the time it takes me to wash the pan. Alright, I'm off to school. Smell you later. Wait, one more thing before you go. What? What's Dadbook?
Oh.
It's a social media platform. Like you would know anything about it, though. Wait, what? What's a social media platform? Dad, I have to go to school. Come on, Amanda, I'm an old man. I can't put together a Dadbook profile on my own. Alright. I hope you sound interesting on the internet. Amanda spends the next couple of minutes setting up my profile on Dadbook, which, as it turns out, is a place where dads can get together and talk about fatherhood.
Aw.
Oh wait, Pops. You gotta fill out your profile. Let's get some likes and dislikes. On a Friday night, you're most likely to... Let's go with this. Let's go with this. Strong dad arms. Come to work, right? Let's go with this. Oh, good father, that's a great answer, but, I don't know, I'll just pick this. Laser disc. Oh my god. I don't even know who Sean Connery is. Like, why does this keep popping up on games I play? How about war documentaries? No, just no. Arson. How about... I'll just say eating, I don't know. Mystic vape. Oh my god. let's just say this. I mean, I'd rather play video games than any of these things, but I guess this is close enough. I spend a lot of time thinking about I don't know, conspiracy theories. See, that wasn't so bad. Yeah, that was actually kind of fun. I could totally spend all day on here just looking at people's profiles.
Hey.
You should message one of them. Or more than one of them. All these dads seem pretty interesting. Okay, I promise I'll make some friends. Man that gives me a hug. Go get him, Dad.
Welcome. You've got dads.
You've got dads. Let's save right here. Let's message Craig. Dad of 3, business, entrepreneur, fitness enthusiast, juggling work, family, and fitness. It's a tough gig, but someone's got to do it. On Friday night, you're most likely to get one last cardio session in. Energy bars, sub 6 minute mile, beer pong world champion, bloody cop movies forever, scaling a huge dangerous mountain for fun, an extra tube of energy gel. Oh my god, this guy's such a jock. My mile time used to be so good. What happened? Have I peaked? Let's message you. Why are there hearts next to message? I wonder what Craig's up to today. I navigate to Craig's dad book page and type out a message. Hey bro, or should I say neighbor, let's catch up like old times. A couple minutes pass before I hear a ding on the computer. It's a message from Craig. That was quick. Bro, man, let's definitely hang soon. Might be a little different from our old weekend-long benders, but it'll still be fun. I think for a moment, this could be a fun opportunity to see my old buddy in his new element. We exchange a couple more messages, and he logs off to prep for the game. I should see if Amanda wants to join me. I walk over to Amanda's room and knock on the door. Yo, Amanda Panda.
Ah.
I open the door and find Amanda sitting cross-legged on the floor, surrounded by magazines and newspaper clippings. She seems to be making some sort of art piece, but her eyes are a little puffy, almost as she's been crying. Hey, you alright?
I'm fine.
Yeah, I'm fine. Just got sad because I realized dogs are too often killed off in movies to elicit emotional reactions from the audience instead of being given the respect that they deserve.
Ah.
It's not right. Why are you lying to me?
Huh.
I'm perfectly fine. Alright. I believe her, but I let it go for now. What you working on? Just a collage for class. We're supposed to make a piece that represents our goals for the future. I take a look at our collage. That's a lot of dogs.
Yeah.
It's mostly dogs, yeah. Do you need something? Great. Craig invited us to a softball game. Wanna go? Remember that one? You signed me up for softball. Oh, that one time you signed me up for softball and brought me, and you bought me all the gear, and you took me to the first game and someone hit a ball towards me and I just ran off the field crying. And then you hid me in the dugout, and then you hid in the dugout and would scream if I tried to pick you up. Yes? I was afraid of baseballs. I thought you were gigantic sentient softball. I'm kind of afraid of baseballs too. I don't want to be nailed in any part of my body while it's going high speed at any location. Does that mean you don't want to go? And he gets up and looks me dead in the eye, determined. I'm finally ready to face my fears head on. Let's do this. Amanda and I make the short drive out to the local softball field. For a kids' softball game, it's pretty packed. We clamber up to the bleachers to take our seats in the top row. I don't see Craig anywhere. When will this kid start crying and running off the field? You know their relationship with softball is different from everyone else's relationship with softball, right? Okay. If I don't see some kids cry, I'm going to be pretty disappointed. For nostalgic purposes, of course. Not because I take joy of children fighting for my amusement. Definitely not that. The game starts and the kids run out into the field. I see Craig by the dugout with the clipboard. His river strapped to his chest, as per usual. There's a guy in a pancake costume doing jumping jacks across the field. Guess that's the mascot. Reading the kids' brightly colored jerseys, I see that Maple Bay Flapjacks against the Pinewood Ocelots. Go Flapjacks?
Oh, man.
Choke up on the bat, Miranda. Yeah, Miranda, square up. How much you know about softball? No, enough to know that the balls are relatively hard despite their name. But yelling is fun. Give it a shot, it's cathartic. What's important is that you're having fun. Go friendship and kindness. Dad, could you keep it kicking up a notch? Maybe throw some spice on the papaya? Sure thing, honey. I believe in you. Watch a couple of innings of softball. They aren't ready for the major leagues yet. Craig's trained his team pretty well. It seems like he's really good with kids. Keg stand Craig is good with children. Whoa. It's amazing how hard they're hitting the ball. And how no one has run off the field crying yet. Amanda, dear, you have to let it go. Low echo. I'm perfectly fine. Opposing team is up to bat. They hit a fly ball out in center field. The tiny little girl tries to get under the ball, but it misses her glove and hits her straight in the forehead. Aw. See, it's a completely justifiable fear. The girl plops on the grass and starts crying. Craig makes a beeline to her, checking her forehead and comforting her till her parents arrive. He carries her off the field as she sobs. Man, it's strange to think about how this guy was once backflipped, accumulating saliva in my mouth at an impressive rate. Man, it's strange to think about how this was the guy who once backflipped off a roof and into a pool while shotgunning a beer. He's so responsible now. The game resumes after the girl calms down a bit, and we watch a couple more innings. Craig's team is crushing the other team in the ninth inning. The Ocelots seem to have given up by this point. I see one outfielder eating fistfuls of grass. A batter on the other team knocks a foul ball into the stands. I follow this trajectory and, oh no, it's coming right for me. Oh no, no. Close my eyes and brace for impact. I opened my eyes and looked over to see Amanda holding the softball, staring at it in amazement. I caught the ball. You saved me. I caught the ball, Dad, I caught the ball. You did it, Amanda. I faced my fears. I defeated the softball. I can do anything. Amanda and I share a big hug. It's a tender moment that I don't think anyone else watching really understood. I'm proud of you, kiddo. The game ends, and Craig's team are declared the victors. We sit patiently as the girls line up to shake hands. Great job, everyone. We walk over to the dugout to congratulate Craig, who's talking with some of the parents. Craig, good work, man. Great work, in fact. Thanks, I've been working hard all season and it's great to see it paying off. So proud of all my girls. Speaking of which, have you met Briar and Hazel? Hello. Hey, killer playing out there. Yeah, you guys rule. Thank you. You guys are twins, huh? So which one is the evil one? Hazel. Yeah, it's me.
Huh.
Good looking out.
Oh.
Do you guys ever pretend to be each other? I don't have a twin, but I think if I did, I'd be doing that constantly. Yeah, I take all of her math tests. And I usually throw rocks at stuff. And when people get mad, I tell them I'm Briar. What?
Oh.
We'll talk about this later.
Oh.
Andrew, bro. I just got a couple more things to clean up, then we can hang. Sounds good. Just then, one of the moms jumps into the conversation. Not so fast. We have to celebrate our win, Craig. I'm taking the whole team to get pizza.
Oh, man.
Ugh, I don't know if I can. Nonsense, the girls won. What sort of celebration could we have without our fearless leader? She lays her hands on his shoulder, gives him goo-goo eyes. Man, this mom is laying it on thick. Amanda and I share a look. Alright, is it cool if my bro comes along? My mom looks silently put out, but covers it up with a smile. Of course! Where are we going? Thirsty's Pizza? What?
Huh.
What? It's a real place. An endless stream of girls, clad in softball gear, pile out of a minivan and into a local pizza buffet, which is actually called Thirsty's Pizza. Amanda and I trail behind them with Craig. Reminds me of all the awful pizza we put into our bodies back in the day. Remember how we used to fold whole pies in half and then put taco fillings inside? Ah, pizzacos. I can never forget. How did we survive college? Our bodies were younger back then, more elastic, more able to handle the toxic waste we put inside of us. The good old days. The kids run around, playing arcade games and eating greasy food. Amanda and I jump on a couple slices of mediocre pizza. And give me a pizza on that. A pizza that. No, absolutely not. Yeah, I'm just kidding. Strictly eating salad here. Thanks for addressing the issue, Amanda. Dad, a different mom walks up to us, talking to Craig as if we weren't even there. Craig, thanks so much for looking after our kids. My daughter tells me every day about how great you are. Oh, I'm happy to look after them. Definitely helps that I have kids of my own. It's been so hard since Daniel left. I'm glad to know that my children have a strong male role model in their lives. Amanda and I look at each other again. Craig gets it from all angles, huh? Craig smiles sheepishly. Thank you so much, dude. Craig holds his fist up for a fist bump from the mom in what I think is a maneuver to lighten the conversation. He looks super uncomfortable. I should throw him a bone here. About the first thing that comes to mind. Watched the long haul paranormal ice road ghost chuckers last night. What? Calm and Flint Dogbone visited a truck stop that was also a cemetery and led an exorcism of a ghost that was haunting the hot dog grill. And had Amanda for support. There was also a demon haunting one of the bathroom stalls, and it kept throwing poop on the wall. Pretty scary stuff. Actually, now that I think about it, there's a good chance there's non-paranormal explanation for that. But still, quality television. I haven't seen that. I haven't seen that either. Wow, we have so much in common. Damn. Turns her back. I need to talk to Craig. So I'm taking Hazel and Briar tonight for the sleepover. Yep, they're pretty excited about it. It'll keep them out of trouble, right? Of course, but I could always use help watching after everyone tonight if you're not doing anything. Wow, this lady is really going for the gold. Huh, it'll actually be nice to have a night to myself in River. Thanks for the invite. Martha, you might want to grab your child. She's stuffing pizza into a coin slot. Martha angrily turns her attention to her daughter. Tiffany, not another arcade machine. I swear we have to buy it. Hello there, I'm furry trash. Martha storms off towards her kid. Whoops. She seems nice. Yeah, the team is one big weird family. Takes all sorts, right? Tiffany, don't eat the tokens! Tiffany is a stellar hitter. Phew, I finally think I have some time to talk to Craig now. And you're a busy guy, huh? Only on days like these. Only on days like today, I hope. Dad! Hey girls. Dad, can you help us beat our record on DDR? Well, if you don't already know what this game is, I'm very trash. It's a game by the Game Grumps. It's a dating sim involving dads. Dads date each other in this game. It's kind of my game, but kind of not my game at the same time. I like dating similars, especially the ones that let you date other guys, but I mean, be a guy and date a guy. But I'm not so keen on the whole dad thing. We told Ariana's dad that you could destroy him on the dance mat. Please help. Girls, you know I don't have my jukes anymore. But Dad... Craig looks at me like a hurt puppy.
Oh.
Sorry, dude. Duty calls. I promise we'll catch up in a bit. It's all good, buddy. Craig runs off with his daughters, and I'm left alone with mine. Man, I was really hoping to hang out with Craig more today, but it seems like he's getting dragged in every direction. Definitely wasn't like this in college. I feel like we might be a third wheel here. There's worse places than an arcade to be left to your own devices. You're right. Want to drop some coin on pinball? You know it. Amanda and I pull up to a machine that's pretty hot, that's feeling pretty hot, and get to work. I'm a little rusty, but the pinball wizard within me will never die. I pull out a decent score and then challenge Amanda to top mine. And immediately she gets multi-ball. Looks like she takes after her father. You're pretty good.
Dad.
Don't patronize me. Hey, just trying to pay a compliment. Amanda shushes me. She's in her zen zone. She fights valiantly, racking up points by the millions. She's this close to beating my score, but I feel honored just being able to watch. You're friends with Craig, right? Janet from earlier walks up and leans on the pinball machine. I don't know, I really wasn't thinking when I read through that, so... Machine that's pretty hot. I think it just means that it's warm from the electricity and being used. I don't know. Yeah, we went to college together. Please don't lean on my thing. That's so interesting. Do you know if he's, like, available? Oh, I honestly don't know if I could say. Seriously, you're gonna make it tilt. Because it seems like so much work to watch after his kids. Don't you think it would be great if he... Lady, I swear to God. All of a sudden, a buzzer sounds and the game's over. Janet made the pinball machine tilt. Ugh, you stone harpy. What? I said I have to go over there now and put pizza in my mouth so I don't say anything that'll hurt your feelings. No, I like jokes. Don't worry about it. Amanda.
Nice.
Bro. What's going on? Now's our chance. If we don't get out of here now, we're stuck for the rest of the night. I wrangle Amanda and say some quick goodbyes with Craig. We head out of the pizza place, finally. Amanda promises that she'll keep the couch warm for me and heads home. Oh, so she took her car, I guess. Hope you don't mind me bringing you back here, bro. Not at all, dude. It's good to finally get you all to myself for a second. River burps. Well, almost all to myself. Hold up. Craig walks to the trunk of his car and pulls out 2 gloves and a softball. Up for some catch. This might be less catch and more you throwing the ball and me running after it, but sure. We stand in the middle of the empty baseball diamond and start tossing the ball back and forth. I have a cooler in my car that we could grab, but it's only juice boxes in there. Man, fatherhood is strange. You're telling me? I can't believe I'm looking back on my Kickstand Craig days and reminiscing about it. Those were some good times. I don't know anyone else who could pull off the rare horizontal keg stand.
Oh.
It was a feat of discipline, bro. Trust me. I haven't properly hung out with Craig in so long. I don't even know where to begin. Okay, how about the business? So you run a business now?
Hey!
Yeah, we sell fitness gear, imports and exports mostly. But we're coming up with our own line of athleisure wear soon. I nod. I mostly use my sweatpants for watching TV and not, sweating. Sounds like you'd make a killing. If you ever need athletic gear, I got your back. You could sponsor me. I'll rep your athleisure wear brand while I mow my lawn.
Oh.
That's the glamorous lifestyle we're catering to, yes. How about softball? So softball coach the life you wanted, or was it the life that was thrust upon you?
Oh.
I'll admit that I was hesitant at first. Byron Hazel had so much energy that we just had to get him into sports. But no one was there to run the team. The more I did it, the more I saw how much it meant to all the girls. I'm worried that there'd be a riot if I quit. I would also be afraid of a bunch of tiny children with metal bats.
Oh.
They're quick, and they work as a team. I train them too well. They take you down like a pack of velociraptors down a T-Rex. Exactly. Can't believe you're a father of 3.
Oh.
Neither can I. You know me, I'm an indecisive person. You switched your major 4 times.
Oh.
Yeah, I had no idea what I wanted to do with my life. But raising kids, when Briar and Hazel were born, it all finally made sense. It was like all the time I had spent trying to figure things out led to them. Couldn't be happier about it. I don't think I've ever cared about anything as much as I care about them. I had the exact same feeling when Amanda was born. That's another flaw in the dialogue. I selected that Amanda was adopted, so how could you possibly known when she was born and what happened then? It's the best thing to ever happen to me. It could be the only thing that ever happened to me, and I would still be proud of the life I lived.
Oh.
It's nice out here. Quiet. Maybe good to get away from softball moms for a bit, huh?
Oh.
Christ, Janet. Yeah, that was a lot. Are they always like that?
Mm-hmm.
Actually, this wasn't nearly as bad. Yikes.
I don't know.
I'm just so not interested. Well, what are you interested in?
Oh. Oh.
Peace and quiet. That hot silence.
Hey!
My ultimate sexual fantasy is sleeping in on a Saturday.
Hmm?
More seriously, I can't get back into dating right now. I couldn't even if I wanted to. There's no time.
I don't know.
And I feel so uncomfortable trying to introduce a stranger into my girls' lives. They've already been through so much. I can't put them through that. Buddy, I hear you.
Hmm?
So the moms can hit on me all they want, but the girls are my top priority. Yeah, I don't like listening to chatty women either. Okay, I'll say the right person will come eventually. Don't have to rush it, man. Things will fall into place for you. Someday, you're gonna find someone who cares about your kids as much as they care about you.
Hmm.
Bro, that's so sweet. I'm distracted, I missed the softball, and it hits me right in the head. Wow, that hurts. Amanda was right all along.
Nice.
I like how he said nice as I get hit in the head with a softball. And he says sorry, dude, at the same time. Craig runs over to me.
Hmm.
Are you okay? Yeah, I'm fine. Wait, let me do the dad thing for a second. Craig spends a moment examining my head.
I don't know.
It's worse than I thought. Don't tell me you have to kiss it and make it better.
Nice.
You'll be so lucky. I don't know what this means. I feel like I've earned it at this point. Waiting all day to hang out with you.
Hmm.
Well... Craig leans in and kisses my forehead.
Hmm?
Walk it off, champ. Are lights on the softball field really hot, or is that just me? I get up and dust myself off. River yawns. Hey, little buddy, you must be getting tired, huh?
Hmm.
I hate to say it, but I should probably head out. Sorry things are so... Get older and your life just kind of gets in the way, huh? We start walking back towards the parking lot. Hey, remember that one house party we went to that got broken up by a helicopter?
Bro.
How could I forget? You and me hopped over a concrete wall to get away. But the other side of the fence was the parking lot, and there were a bunch of cops, and where a bunch of cops were parked.
Hmm.
Oh man, yeah. Could you imagine the look on our faces? We just walked straight past them, like we were out for a stroll. And not knowing that we were at the party, they started joking with us about how big of a bust it was. We had to talk with them for 30 minutes. You told them you were interested in joining the academy.
Hey.
And then they started giving me pointers for the exam. Longest 30 minutes of my life. Man, college. Good old days, right? Get back to our cars. Craig pulls me into a hug. Or at least as much as we can manage with the baby between us.
Hmm?
Never enough time, huh? Guess not.
Oh.
Let me make it up to you. Let's hang soon, yeah? I like that. I yawn as I walk through the door, spotting Amanda hunched over her collage, glue stick in hand, burning the midnight art oil. I figured I might do something productive between episodes of Shark Hunter lip sync battles. Do the sharks lip sync, or do the shark hunters lip sync? Yes. I look over her shoulder at the collage. Amanda, this is some good art. Look at this good art you made. Thanks, I'm just about done. Like before, it's still a lot of dogs. In one corner is a giant pile of cash. In the other, it's... Amanda, is that me?
Huh?
Yep, the whole thing is about my goals for the future. And those are basically just to sit on a giant pile of money with my 20 dogs and also have a strong and mutually supportive relationship with my father into adulthood. Oh, now you've done it. Get ready to watch your dad cry. Here it comes. It's happening. Oh, Dad. You did this with your good art. She pats me on the back. How was your hang with Craig? I wipe a tear from my eye. It was good. That Craig guy sure is busy. Yeah, dude, the softball life isn't for quitters. Also, I'm very proud of you for facing your fears today. How does it feel? I'm on top of the world, Pops. I should start facing my fears more often. Oh yeah? How about tomorrow we hit some empty parking lots and practice, dare I say, parallel parking?
Yeah.
Baby steps, Dad. I'll work my way up to it. Alright, I'm gonna hit the hay. Take care of last night television for me, alright? Or late night. I'll let them know you said hey. If you're parking uphill, make sure to turn your tires towards the street. Okay. Lovely. And... S. That was amazing. Something about college? I've missed you, dude. What he said. Sorry, I missed part of that. I don't know what these meters are about. Keg stand champion, 1 of 3. Is the achievement. While I'm doing my afternoon word jumbles, I hear the mail truck pull through the cul-de-sac. I wonder if we got any coupons today. A nice mail person slides a couple letters and a large yellow envelope through the slot. It takes a couple tries for them to get it in. Hey, my coupons! Take a closer look at the large yellow envelope. I lightly knock on Amanda's door. She probably has headphones on. Amanda? She yells through the door. What? I have something for you. Kinda busy right now. Can I come back later? Alright, just thought you wanted this big old envelope we got from HIA. Immediately, Amanda pushes her door open. Horn Institute for the Arts? I mean, if you're busy, I can come back. Father, please. I hand her the envelope, which she tears open with her teeth. It's probably bad for your teeth. She doesn't seem to hear me and spits out a piece of envelope. She pulls out a letter and unfolds it. And the suspense is killing me. This is her dream school. Amanda's face is unreadable. I can't believe this. Oh, honey, it's okay if you didn't. I got in! Oh, I got in! Amanda tosses the letter aside and gives me a big hug. Congrats, sweetie, that's amazing. So proud of you. She pulls away and looks at the letter again. Oh my god. I really can't believe I got in. Well, of course you got in. You're a great student. You nailed that interview and your photography is incredible.
Oh.
Wait, Dad. I know this one's really expensive, and it's so far away. I think for a moment. HIA was one of the more expensive schools that Amanda applied to, but I know she's had her heart set on it for the longest time. It'll be tough. We're gonna make it work. Really? Of course. Amanda hugs me again.
Yeah.
Thanks, Dad. Okay, sweetie. We're celebrating tonight. Dinner, your choice. Wherever you want. Wherever. Amanda and I walk along the bayside. Whoops, sorry, I skipped that. You could have chosen anywhere in Maple Bay. Cost was not the determining factor. Please, Dad, you know I'm a simple gal. Just give me a burrito with a view. Can't say I'm mad. Amanda and I sit on a patch of grass and watch ships sail lazily through the bay. And the dorms are right near a bunch of cafes, and there are all these galleries nearby, and there's a discount if you bring your student ID, and Amanda, slow down, you're gonna choke on your burrito. I know, I'm just excited. Did I mention that students get their own studio space once they're seniors? We get all the professional photo editing software for free. It's nice to see Amanda so enthusiastic about HIA, but I wish she wouldn't do it between bites of her burrito. I thought I taught her to chew with her mouth closed. I wonder who my roommate's gonna be. You take a survey online, they match you with someone with a similar major and interests. But we're gonna be best friends. Craig and I were. Good roommate can be a lifelong friend. But don't even get me started on bad roommates.
Huh?
Oh no. I'm just kidding. We didn't have a bad roommate. Our only other roommate was a puppy that Craig brought home one night. We spent a semester fabricating a story about our new foreign exchange student who had a really bad cough that sounded exactly like a dog's bark.
Huh.
Carl ruled. Oh. They let you have animals in the dorms if you got a note saying you need one. I bet I could forge one. I think I'd get a rabbit, or maybe a snake. Maybe both. Would the snake eat a rabbit though? Oh boy. I think I'll leave that up to you. She's so excited. I don't want to disappoint her, but I really need to be real for a second. So I had that talk with Mr. Vega. He didn't tell you about the dumpster fire, did he? What? No. I don't want to put a damper on the good news, but I need you to knock it out of the park these last few months of school, okay? If you really want to go to Horns, we need that scholarship money. I know you can do it. Okay. I promise I'll try harder. I pat her on the back. Think you can handle a 14-hour drive to come home for the holidays? There's gonna be some treacherous ice roads to cross. Don't even get me started on the paranormal occurrences. Well, it'll be worth it if I get to see you. My eyes immediately well up with tears. Oh, Dad, don't cry. Sorry, I'm just very, very proud of you. You're all grown up now and you're such a good person, and I hope you know how important you are to me. Dad, stop. You're gonna make me cry. It's too late, honey. It's happening. Dad, I can't get tears in my burrito. It's gonna make it taste sad. I pull Amanda in for a hug and kiss her on the forehead.
Nah.
Love you, kiddo. Love you too, Pops.
Welcome. You've got dads.
Let's continue Craig's. Grow your own vegetables is cheaper, I think. I really want to get some good quality time in with Craig. Last time we hung out, he was so busy with the kids and fending off flirty moms that I feel like we barely talked. Ever since the first time we hung out, I've been trying to get up a little early for runs. I don't think I'm gonna be as embarrassing as last time. Maybe I'll even be able to catch up with him now. I type out a message to him on Dadbook. Hey man, been training on my run game recently. Ready for round 2? Craig responds almost immediately. I don't know why he didn't just send an emoji rather than type it out. Another message pops into my inbox from Craig. Dude, of course, emojis. Let's meet up tomorrow morning for my favorite morning activity, brunch. I type back. Brunch? What's that? You run and then you get brunch. Oh, right. Craig and I agree to a time to meet in the morning, and I have a chance to spend the evening hanging out with Amanda. So we doing pizza tonight? Again? Can we do like a salad night? Dad, are you on a health kick? Not yet. I've formed a committee to examine the possibility of being on a health kick. They haven't returned with their findings. Dad, if you go on a health kick, then I have to go on a health kick by virtue of being under the same roof as you. I don't know if I have the constitution for that. Don't worry about it. The committee's a smokescreen. Even if the policies change on paper things, we'll keep going on the ways they always have. City politics, you know how it goes. Another random card. Let's see what it is. Ah, Joseph. The person who I've totally just picked to date. Okay. Anyways, hot diggity dog. In that case, Amanda picks up the phone and punches a few buttons with glee. Hi, yes, can I get an extra large pizza with chicken, bacon, extra cheese, and tomatoes, and a couple of the garlic sauce cups? That seems awesome. Like an awesome pizza. That's my girl. From now on, though, how about we try to limit this to 4 times a week? Wow, 4 times a week for pizza? Amanda hangs up. Rico says, hey. The food gets delivered and we plop down on the couch to eat some Be careful. Running is a gateway drug. It's a slippery slope, Dad. First you go on a couple light jogs, and before you know it, you're converting the garage into a home gym, and renovating your subscription to some sort of weekly kombucha delivery service. Question. Shoot. What's kombucha? Okay, so you aren't too far gone yet. I'm just giving you a hard time, Pops. I'm really happy you're running more and caring about your health. I want to keep you around for as long as possible. Thanks, kiddo. Speaking of which, we're with Craig tomorrow. You gonna be able to keep up with him? Hey, probably not. We laugh and eat more pizza than is probably healthy in the name of carbo loading. I call it a night early so that I'm ready for tomorrow. When I first started running in the mornings, it's pretty hellish. Now that I'm a few sessions in, I admit it admittedly has become a little easier, despite it always ending in me dry heaving over a trash can. Is that what the runner's high is? Just dry heaving? I lace up my tennis shoes, throw in a t-shirt from Writer's Summit I went to 20 years ago, and head out the door at a moderate jog. Craig is already outside with River strapped to his chest.
Hey!
He's dressed head to toe in color-coordinated running gear. Wow, I look like a total schlub next to this guy. Hey, bro. Morning, Craig. River gonna be running with us?
Oh.
Best as she can. We're taking it to the limit, aren't we, kiddo? Goo.
Oh.
Oh, I know what that means. Craig hands her a stuffed toy, which makes her smile ear to ear. That's Arnold, the capybara. Sometimes it's the only thing that'll get her to stop crying. Oh, I've been there. Amanda had a stuffed panda that she carried around everywhere. She would have a tantrum if we even tried to wash it. It was gross. So you've been running lately? Every morning for 30 minutes. I'm basically an elite athlete by this point. Well, I'll try to keep it. I'll try and keep up. So where are we headed? I was thinking that we could do a couple laps around the park. Yeah, that sounds reasonable. Then we'll do some hill climbs up a slope. Okay, I can probably handle that.
Nice.
And then we'll close it off by doing some wilderness survival hike running to increase our agility. Suddenly struck with the overwhelming need to crawl back into bed.
Nice.
That sound okay to you? I usually like to throw some timed murder sprints in there, but I'll go easy on you since you're a beginner. That sounds like something I'm able to physically do.
Hey!
Great, let's get started.
Oh.
Craig and I finally arrive at the park. A few other lone joggers make their way around the perimeter, and River waves enthusiastically at everyone we pass. It's a lot more peaceful in the mornings. Aside from birds chirping and River gurgling away from the stroller, it's pretty quiet. Alright, good warm-up. That was the warm-up?
Hey!
Let's start the show. But wait. Craig reached into his bag and tossed me a water bottle. I fumbled it, but thankfully I don't drop it. You gotta hydrate, bro. I take a long drink from the water bottle and feel invigorated. Man, I don't drink enough water. Hey. I look down and pick up Arnold, River's toy, and hand it back to her. Must have dropped this. Thanks for looking out, bro.
Dude!
You ready? Yeah. We finally finish our how many teenth lap around the park. I'm breathing heavily, but I can't believe I actually didn't lose Craig. He's even breathing heavily too, which makes me feel a little better. I look down at my shirt and notice that I'm drenched in sweat. I really can't talk with all this saliva just accumulating in my mouth. Okay. I look down at my shirt and I notice I'm drenched in sweat. Huh. Almost looks like a frowny face. That's one. What?
Hey!
I'm just kidding. Good hustle out there. I'm really impressed. You're way better than the last time I launched you off a treadmill. Yeah, man, you really pushed me to my limit just now. Can't believe I held on. Sometimes you just need someone there to push you to do your absolute best. I'm glad I could be that guy, bro. He was ready for hill climbs. Blap. There's my little cheerleader, Andrew. You ready? You bet. Craig takes me to a separate portion of the park where there's a steep hill that seems to go up forever. I strain my eyes to see some other joggers at the top. So what do we do now? We run up the thing. That looks like a lot. Andrew, there's two things you need to know about this hill. One, don't stop running until you get to the top. And two, Craig points to the top of the hill. That's not the top. Let's do this.
I don't know.
I finally reached the top of the hill after making my way past what I originally thought was the top of the hill. Once there, I hunch over onto my knees and gasp for air. My lungs are like daggers poking my ribs. I can feel my heart in my ears. River, I'm having a moment, please. Oh boy. Craig looks like he's taken a beating as well. So he is human.
Nice.
Andrew, put your arms on your head and stretch out your elbows. It'll help you breathe better. I do as Craig says. It feels a little better, but I'm still in agony. And here. Craig tosses me the water bottle again. I hydrate like my life depends on it. Thanks, dude. Phenomenal work. You feel that lightness in your head? That's a runner's high. Oh, that's it. I thought it was just, dying. Want to take it slow for a bit? I would like that very much. As we're catching our breath, River starts crying.
Oh.
What's wrong, Sweet Pea? Don't you want to play with Arnold? Greg looks around us. Oh boy, man down. I think we lost Arnold. River keeps wailing. I've abandoned my child's toy. You gotta find him, dude. Should be simple, right? Just gotta retrace our steps. Remember River, last having it down the bottom of the hill. Greg and I jogged down the path, searching high and low for the stuffed capybara, which Craig takes the time to explain is a large rodent native to South America. We get to the place where River might have dropped it, but it's still nowhere to be found. Looks like we've got a mystery on our hands. We have to get to the bottom of this. I suspect foul play. Looks like a prime case for the world-renowned Detective Yerkes.
Oh.
Dude, it's time for a bro adventure. Bro-venture.
Oh.
We high-five and decide to jog back to the park to see if we can find any leads. Oops. Hold on. Just deleting some things. Okay. So it looks like there's a couple more places to check and some bros around here that we could interrogate. Sounds good. Wait, who's good cop and who's bad cop? Think about it for a second. Well, I think with your statue and overall resilience, you would make an intimidating bad cop. But on the other hand, you do have an adorable baby strapped to your chest, so that softens the edges a bit.
Oh.
All valid points. I think you'd make a great good cop because of your congenial attitude and willingness to try new things. But then again, I've seen how you get when there are too many commercial breaks during a show. So you have the potential to be a scary bad cop. I don't want to have to watch Meet Hell in 3-minute segments with 5 minutes of commercials in between? Really? 3-minute segments? That doesn't make sense. And they're loud. The commercials are too loud. I just want to watch my shows in peace without people yelling at me to buy wiper fluid and stuff.
Hey.
Case in point. Let's play it moment by moment. Smart. So, where to, detective? Let's go to the playground. Hold on. Okay. We make our way over to a small playground at the edge of the park. A couple of kids play on the jungle gym while parents watch on the nearby benches. Over on one of the benches, I spot a familiar face. Let's look for clues. Craig and I... Oh my god. Craig and I, 2 grown adults, walk onto the playground and begin examining it meticulously for clues. There's no forensic evidence here, no stray capybara hairs at least. After searching fruitlessly for some time, we look up. All the parents are staring at us. We smile and wave as we awkwardly slink away. We head back to the playground. Let's... What do we do next? Let's interrogate Joseph. Let's see what Joseph's up to. Jog over to Joseph, who seems to be engrossed in his book. Joseph. Joseph nearly drops his book. Hey guys, didn't think I'd see you two out here. Andrew, are you exercising? Sure am. You know me, just love to run and be healthy. That's kind of my whole thing. What are you reading? I'm just a book on knots and rope tying.
Oh, cracker.
For boats. Boat ropes. Right. Say, you didn't happen to see a stuffed capybara around here. What's a capybara?
Nice.
It's a large rodent that's native to South America. Joseph thinks for a second. Haven't seen one around. I'll tell the kids to keep an eye out. Your kids are here? Joseph looks around. They were here a second ago. They must have gone exploring the park. Do you know where could they have run off to? They're kids. They get into mischief sometimes. They always come back. Sounds a little suspect, Joseph. Mischief, you say? Wait, I'm being interrogated right now? No. Yes. Just doing our due diligence, Joseph. Arnold means a lot to River here. I mean, you're more than welcome to ask Christian and Christy. I imagine they have their ears to the ground on all the latest playground drama. They might be around here. Might be somewhere around the woods. Thanks, Joseph. We'll let you get back to your rope book. Boat ropes. We head back to the playground. Let's try to calm River down. It's a pretty nice playground. Might as well get it. A couple swings in. How about Arnold? Maybe having a little swing might calm River down. Might buy us some more time. You're right. She's about to go nuclear. This might prepare her for possibility of us not being able to find Arnold. Life is cruel and tough, but at least we'll always have swings. Okay. There's like 3 of them on this now. Hold on a second. Okay. Craig straps River into the baby swing and gives her a gentle push. She giggles. I take a seat on the swing next to her and immediately realize that I'm stuck. River seems to love that. Craig eventually helps me out of the swing and we decide to get back to the investigation. We head back to the playground. Wait, let me save here. What happens if we try to calm her again? Okay, River has enough of the swings. Her mind be singularly focused on Arnold until some other Johnny come lately blush comes along. Or her next nap, whatever comes first. We head back to the playground. Move to another part of the park. Where to now, bro? Let's go to the field. We wander out to a grassy field at the center of the park. There isn't a whole lot to see, but there are a few figures camped out on a blanket. And the grass could hold any number of secrets. What about Matt and Carmencita? Let's talk to Matt and his daughter. Carmencita spots us from across the way and waves. She's sitting down with her dad on a sunny green patch of grass. We jog over. Hey, dudes. Hey, bro. We just sat down for a picnic. Want some snacks? Got anything to increase my glycogen reserves? We have apple slices. Thank you very much, Shiny Bro. But I should be fine.
Hey.
You guys working out? Good day for it. Yep, I'm in the picture of health and athleticism. Good transition, Andrew. Say, you haven't seen a stuffed capybara around here anywhere, have you? What's a capybara? Carmencita says this time. It's a large rodent that's native to South America. Wait a second, how do you know what a capybara is? You wouldn't happen to have had hands-on experience with one recently, would you? We learned about capybaras in fourth grade. I didn't. I think it's more suspicious that you know what a capybara is.
Hey.
Oh my god. What if I took Arnold? What if I'm the culprit and I just don't remember? I quickly check my body for any Polaroids I might have kept on my person to remind me of who to trust and who not to trust. I saw a memento once, and I'm pretty sure that's how it works. Nothing. What if that's what I wanted myself to think? No, Andrew, don't let them win. Shake off the thought. I saw a couple of squirrels over by that tree, though. I don't know if that helps, but if you want to see some cute squirrels, you should definitely check it out.
Oh.
Thanks for the hot squirrel tip, Carmencita. Well, we better get moving. Gotta find that capybara before River here has a breakdown.
Oh.
Good luck. We get some apples for down the road, though. Carmencita hooks me up with some road slices, and we're on our way. Maneuver back to the field. Hold on a sec. Ooh. Okay. How about we check out the squirrels? Where did the suspect say the squirrels would be again? The tree. Ah, there they are. Carmencita was telling the truth. These are some Brad squirrels. River seems happy. This may have bought us some extra time. We maneuver back to the field. Interrogate River. Look for clues. Carefully comb through the field of glass and flowers. Can't seem to find much besides a couple of ladybugs and a nickel. While I'm looking, Craig calls out to me from across the field. Andrew, I jog over. Craig is kneeling in the grass, inspecting something. I approach, my heart in my throat. As I lean over Craig, I see it. This is Arnold's leg. I put my hand over River's eyes. No one should have to be subjected to this senseless violence. My God, who or what would do this? I don't know, but now I think we might be dealing with something beyond our grasp. I can't look at this anymore. Turning around, trying to wipe the image of stuffing strewn across the ground from my mind. We're running out of time. We may already be too late. Bag and tag it. Let's keep moving. Okay, we'll interrogate River. Wait, let me try this. It's always the culprit you least expect. I get eye to eye with River. Still looks like she's on the verge of tears. Good cop. Hey, sweetie, believe me, nobody wants you to find your capybara more than me. We need some more clues. I think somewhere in that baby brain of yours, somewhere in that baby brain of yours, you might have something that'll lead us to the perp. What do you say, kiddo? Whoops, did I just skip a bunch of dialogue? Bleh. I turn to Craig. We're getting nowhere with the witness. We maneuver back to the field. Let's go to the woods. We make our way to the outskirts of the park. There are a couple of benches by the dense tree line. Looks like Robert's here all by himself. This also seems like the perfect place to look for clues. Joseph's twins must be around here somewhere. Craig and I searched through the outskirts of the woods, hoping to find anything that might lead us to Arnold. There are a couple of cigarettes and empty beer cans scattered throughout around the thicket. It's probably the hotspot for edgy teens to hang out at night, say swears and stuff. But it doesn't look like there was any recent activity that might be capybara related. This might be a dead end, partner bro. We return to the woods. Joseph's twins must be around here somewhere. Let's interrogate Robert. Maybe Robert knows something. We walked over to Robert's bench. Hey Rob. Don't call me that. Okay, hi Robert. Don't call me that either. Okay. Hey, buddy.
I don't know.
What are you up to?
Hey.
Thinking. This is my thinking bench. I have to get a solid 2 hours of brooding in per day. Filling quotas. Have you by any chance seen a small stuffed capybara around? Yeah, Robert knows.
Oh.
Haven't seen one? Stuffed one, not a real one. That would be weird. Bad cop. Alright, Robert, we've been nice. Help us out. I'm gonna go off. Learn how to fight, and then come back here to kick your butt. You learning how to fight, please. Well, fine. If you don't tell us what we want to hear, I'll spoil the season finale of Long Haul Paranormal Ice Road Ghost Truckers. You're bluffing. My buddy here doesn't play by the rules, and you will do it. Callum and Flint crash into a haunted... Stop, you're a monster. Oh, I haven't seen any goddamn capybara, okay? I was really nailing the bad cop bit, too. Thought for sure we'd had something.
Nice.
Now what? Now what, bro? Joseph said his twins were around here somewhere, but I think I have no idea how we're supposed to find them. Wait, those creepy kids? Why don't you tell me they had something to do with this? Maybe I should have left the good cop, bad cop routine to the pros on TV.
Dude.
Yeah, Robert, bro. Do you know where they are? I do. A lot of people underestimate the sensitive man who broods. I saw them lurking around here a little while ago. Where'd they go? Ran to the woods? I'd be careful though, I don't trust them. But then again, I don't trust anyone. Not even you guys. Not even that baby. Brr. I take that back. You're an old soul, kiddo.
Oh.
Thanks for your help, Robert. The woods. Let's go deeper into the woods. I stare into the depths of the forest. Who knows what could be in there? Are you prepared for what we might face in there? Yes. I'm ready, partner bro. You? Nope. But if it gets River to stop crying, I don't care. Let's do this. We start down the path into the woods, keeping our eyes and ears peeled for any sign of Arnold. There are no squirrels or birds anywhere. The silence is unsettling. The sun can barely peek through the canopy. It's colder here. Suddenly, we hear voices. I want to do it. You had to do it last time. Greg and I come to a clearing where we find Christian and Christy kneeling over something. Stop right there. Put your tiny hands where we can see them. Christian and Christy just stare at us. You heard the guy. Put your hands up. Kind of middle of something here. Yeah, can you come back later? What are you kids doing? Cutting stuff up. My heart is pounding. Is this the end of the line? I step closer. I can't believe what I'm seeing. A pair of safety scissors lies in the dirt, and it's Arnold. What they've done to him. Arnold! Goob! You heard the baby. Hand over the capybara. No fair. Finders keepers. No, not finders keepers. That's our property, and you desecrated it. Well, how can you prove it's yours? Craig holds up Arnold's severed leg. I have to look away. You got too sloppy. You left evidence behind. I think you'll find that this leg fits too perfectly onto his body. Christian and Christy look at each other. They don't know what to do. How about a deal? You give us the capybara and we won't tell your dad about this. Fine. She hands over the stuffed animal. Give us those safety scissors. They're clearly no longer safe in your hands. She hands them over. Glad we could figure this out. Come on, partner. Craig and I start making our way out of the woods. He turns around and calls back to the twins. And tell your dad to stop letting you watch true crime shows. With the capybara back with its rightful owner, Craig and I shamble into a nearby diner, exhausted from our adventure. We find ourselves in a corner booth and settle in. It was a tough case, but we cracked it. We're different now. Changed. Did we get in too deep? It's nothing a hearty brunch can't fix. My stomach grumbles. I suddenly realized how big of an appetite I worked up. Brunch? Give me brunch. I have strong philosophies on brunch. You see, the first thing you do is divide your brunches between Boogie Brunch, the upper class, Miss Moses, and Eggs Benedict Brunch, and Grimmy Brunch, the give me coffee and bacon and cheesy hash browns brunch. There's time and place for both, and I think most of life is about figuring out which one you need more. So what kind of brunch dad are you? Let's go with grimy. Make it fried and oily and clean the floors with a hose and I'll be happy. Fine choice. A young waitress passes out menus as Craig... Oh, sorry. Is this your kid? Says the waitress. You betcha. She's so cute. Hi, you. A blip. Hey, kid, middle school is gonna be really tough, but if you can make it through that, you can make it through anything. The waitress walks away after winking at Craig. Seems like you're the most eligible dad bachelor in town.
Oh.
Guess so. Anyway, here's the thing about brunch. You know, do business during brunch. Brunch is a time for rest, relaxation, restoration with those that you love. Oh, and while we're having brunch at a traditionally brunch time, the most important thing to remember is that brunch isn't a time, it's a state of mind.
Nice.
If you can't have brunch on your plate, you can always have brunch in your heart. I don't disagree with you. I just don't know if I can match your intensity. I'll open your eyes, bro. Just you wait. We order out food and the waitress... We order our food, and the waitress, after blatantly hitting on Craig multiple times, eventually brings us our brunch feast. River munches on cereal right next to us, more or less managing to get it into her mouth. I gotta say, man, it's really great having you back around to hang out with. Things have been so busy with work, fitness, and kids. I just haven't had time to really go out and get to know people. You sure it's like we're picking off where we left off? I know the feeling, man. Moving to a new place could have been really rough for me. Especially with Amanda going off to college soon. You're making this a lot easier. Craig smiles at me. Feels really good to go on another bro venture with you, dude. Just like old times. For a while, I forgot about anything that was bothering me in my life. And it was just you and me and... More coffee? No thank you. So do you, like, work out? Yeah, mostly calisthenics, but I tried to lift as part of the regimen. That's so cool. I've been looking for a workout by you now. I wish I could help you out, but I'm enjoying brunch with my workout bro right now. Hello. Well, if you change your mind. The waitress slides a folded note to Craig and walks away. Craig makes a face as he reluctantly puts it into his pocket. We can't take you anywhere, can we? Rip. It's a blessing and a curse, isn't it? Next time we hang out should be in the middle of the woods where people can't interrupt us. Also, maybe some different woods than the ones where little kids like to vivisect things. Craig laughs. Man, remember all our camping road trips back in the day? Joshua Tree, Yellowstone, that was the best. If anything, to do that all over again. Dude, we should do a camping weekend. Oh, I don't know, bro. I'm an adult now. I have all these adult responsibilities. I don't think I can just drop everything to go hang out in the woods for a few days, you know? Come on, dude. If we plan things right, we can do this. Did you ever do anything for yourself? Craig stares into his coffee mug. Of course I do. Yeah, like what? Sometimes I let myself have one scoop of vanilla ice cream before bed, but only if I didn't meet my caloric intake for the day.
I don't know.
Sometimes I let myself hit the snooze alarm, but only once. Dude, you gotta relax sometime or it's gonna kill you. Please come camping with me. It'll be so fun, bro. I guess I could get Smashley to take the kids for the weekend.
Oh.
I'll think about it.
Hmm.
We finish our brunches and head back to the cul-de-sac. By the way, great job keeping up today. Seems like you're already making a lot of progress. I'm probably gonna need a little bit of recovery time after this. Tell the girls I said hello.
Bro.
I will. See ya, brotective. Say goodbye to Craig and step inside. God, I'm ready for a shower. A gallon of water and a nap. I bet Amanda's still asleep.
Huh.
I crack open her door to find her still in bed, sleepily scrolling through her phone. Morning. Afternoon, actually. Right, how was brunch? It was good. We got kind of sidetracked because we had to travel into the depths of Maple Bay's dark underbelly to find a toy River dropped, but you know, I'm actually feeling pretty grit. My legs give out. Find myself on the floor in the hallway. I'm just gonna hang out here for a while. You take your time getting up.
That was a gold medal performance for sure.
Gold medal performance for sure. Got another S. Great. Sincerity. Handyman. Dude. Sports. Thirsty. Cranky. Okay. 2 out of 3 on keg stand champion. Well, it's been a long day. I'm just about ready to pack it in. After a few bites of ice cream from the freezer, I turn off all the lights and walk down to the hall to my room. Wonder if Amanda's still awake. That kid needs some sleep. As I pass her room, I can hear a faint sound, but I can't quite make out what it is. I get a little closer. Is she crying? I knock gently on the door. Amanda? Crying immediately stops. Not right now. Her voice sounds strange. She sniffles. Need to make sure she's okay. I open the door. In the dark, I can see Amanda's outline in the middle of her bed, knees hugged up against her body. Everything okay? I don't want to talk about it. Something happened. No, nothing happened. Go away. Something must have happened. Amanda. Get out. Okay. Quickly leave her room and shut the door behind me. Once the door closes, I can hear her crying again. Wow. What has her so upset? She seemed fine earlier. She's usually so open with me. Did I do something wrong? Is she just mad at me? If she wasn't before, she definitely is now. Can't remember the last time she snapped at me like that. I have a hard time falling asleep, but when I do, I'm still thinking about Amanda. After a long night of very little sleep, I roll out of bed and make myself a pot of coffee. Amanda should be up for school soon. Maybe she'll be willing to talk about whatever's bothering her. After about 10 minutes before she's supposed to leave, Amanda comes out of her room, makes a beeline for the freezer. Morning, Amanda. Morning. She drops a frozen waffle in the toaster and slams the freezer door. She won't look at me. Yikes. So, anything big going on at school today? No? Okay. You need a ride to school? No? Want some coffee? Amanda pulls up the toaster lever and takes her still freezer burned waffle out before it's finished cooking. I have to go. Amanda picks up her bag and storms out. Oh, okay. I haven't seen her act like this in a long time. It's usually short-lived, but it always hurts. Hopefully this blows over and things are back to normal soon. I sit back at the kitchen table and look at a picture of Amanda and I hanging on a wall. In it, I'm teaching her to ride a bike. Her face is a mixture of excitement and pure, unadulterated fear. I remember how determined she was. Every time she would fall off and scrape her knees, she would get up and try again. Finally, I had to stop her because she was bleeding everywhere. Then she started to cry because she didn't think she needed bandages and wanted to keep trying. As I put the bike away, she just stood in the middle of the street and screamed. Then I took her for ice cream and it was like nothing even happened. After giving it a bit of thought, I decided that if I force her to talk about it, I'm only going to make things worse. But I have an idea. I start rummaging around for ingredients. I hear Amanda walking in the door. Instead of heading for the kitchen, like she usually does, she makes a beeline for her room. She's clearly trying to avoid me. Hey, Pumpkin. What? Come here for a second. There's a moment of silence. Yeah, I wanted to say I'm sorry about last night. I'm worried about you, kiddo. I get scared when I know something's wrong. I get even more scared when I feel like I can't do anything about it. Dad, So just, whatever it is. You don't have to tell me if you don't want to. Just, whatever it is, know that you have a dad in your corner who wants you to be happy. Okay. And no, you know I'm bad with words, so I was hoping I could speak a language we both understand. I pull out a cake out of the refrigerator and place it on the table. Hopefully, frosting is set by now. Ta-da! Dad! Took me a really long time because I ran out of red frosting somewhere around sad, and I had to start over and... This is beautiful. It's strawberry. Panda gives me a big ol' hug. I grab some plates and forks and serve us up some delicious cake. So, it's really stupid. What is... This whole thing, I know I've been really weird lately. And there's just... I don't even know how to explain it. I feel like I might have to make you a chart. I'm listening. Do you want me to take notes? I guess I should start from the top. So you know how Emma R is going to that fancy art school in California, right? Emma R.
Yeah.
You got it. Wow, proud of you. Anyways, ever since she got the acceptance letter, I've been feeling like she's drifting away, you know? She's been spending a lot more time with Grace and Emma P. I just thought it was all in my head for a while. But then I found out about Rosie M. From Rosie M. that both of the Emmas, Grace and Noah, all went to a party at Mackenzie F's on the same night. They all told me they were busy studying for the Calc AB final. Yikes.
Aw.
So, another important piece of information is, God, it's embarrassing. I have a question, that's a thing. What? Whoa, I had no idea. I definitely didn't know that. Okay. You're a bad liar. So are you. Learn from the worst. Anyways. So the only person I told about the crush was Emma R, and she promised not to tell anybody. I didn't confront them about the party thing because I didn't want to start drama. So I just kept quiet and kept going about my business. Ugh. Then one day I invite everybody out to get nachos at the mall, and after not texting me back for like 2 hours, even though none of them ever put their phones down for more than 60 seconds, they all say they're busy, like simultaneously. So I tell them, never mind, I'll just eat nachos at home, right? But we were out of chips and I really wanted nachos. Totally understandable.
Ugh.
So I go to the mall anyways, I get to the food court, and who do I see there but Grace, Emma P, Emma R, and Noel hanging out together and eating nachos without me. What? Gets better. I'm standing by the escalators watching them, and I realize that no one has his arm around Emma R, which is kind of weird, right? Then they kiss. No. Yes, I know. So I storm over there, I'm like, hey. And Grace drops a nacho on her shirt because of course she does, and Emma R just like glares at me. Grace, nothing is coming up. I don't know who that is. Grace is the gossipy one? I know. Grace is the one nobody really likes. Or I guess that's me now. But anyway, nobody will say anything. I'm just like, you guys suck. Which I realize is not the most eloquent thing to say, but I was angry and really embarrassed. And I just wanted to get out of there. So I left. Without nachos, might I add, which only further contributed to this day. This horrible day. And immediately drafted a super long text to the group chat asking them why they've been so weird. And I wrote another one to Emma R asking how long the Noah thing's been going on. And sorry, I know, that's a lot. You still following? What did Emma R say? Ooh, okay, get a load of this. Emma R says, you know what, let me just read it to you. Amanda pulls out her phone and reads, word for word, an arduously long string of text messages. Can you believe that? I cannot believe that. I care so much about Amanda's social life, but I don't understand what she's talking about. This is all beyond me. But I am trying my hardest to be supportive. They were dating in secret for like months. So I told her that she's being a really terrible friend, and she's like, well, if you think I'm so terrible, then just stop being my friend. And I was like, okay, and then she left me on red, and then wait, left me on red? What's that? Oh, she saw my message and didn't reply. And I know because there are red receipts. I don't know what red receipts are about, but I'm gonna nod and pretend I understand. Gotcha. So while this is all happening, I'm talking to Emma P about how mad I am because she's at least being kind of reasonable, and I'm venting to her about how pissed I am at everybody and stuff. Then out of nowhere, Noah texts me and is like, "How could you say about that about me?" And I'm like, "Say what about you?" And he tells me that MSP sent screenshots of everything I told her to the group chat I got kicked out of. Alright, I think you lost me at the screenshots, but that definitely sounds bad. There's so much more, but honestly, it's all really stupid teenager stuff. Bottom line is that everybody dropped me, half my grade hates me, and now I have no friends. Amanda, I'm so sorry. I just expected it from everybody else, but Emma R has been there since Dad died. I can't believe she would just stab me in the back like that. I'm not even that mad that she's dating Noah. I'm just upset that she lied to me about it for so long. At the stabs at the remnants of her cake. Okay, I take it back. I'm kind of mad she's dating Noah. Like, what did I do wrong? What did everyone just suddenly decide I'm not cool anymore? Why wasn't I enough? I don't understand. And as mad as I am at everybody, I miss them dead. Hold on, notification. Okay. Amanda looks so dejected, I almost can't take it. What could I possibly say to help? Anyways, that's it. The whole sordid tale. Thanks for listening. Tune in next week for more hot gossip. Wow. New card. Let's see what it is this time. Ah, Robert. Even though I barely talked to him. I know it's pretty down. It's not dumb. No, it's a stupid thing to be upset over. Man, your feelings are real. Don't ever be mad at yourself for having feelings. I guess. Unless you've secretly been a robot who's been approximating human feelings this whole time. Dad, if I was a robot, I would have transformed into a monster truck a long time ago. But seriously, I know you probably don't want advice, but I feel like it's in my duty as a dad to bestow upon you a few nuggets of fatherly wisdom. Real friends don't do that. When you get older, you start realizing the sort of people you want to associate yourself with. Do you really want to surround yourself with people who do something like that to their friend? It takes a lot of work to find and maintain meaningful relationships. It took me a long time to figure that out myself, and I wish I had learned it sooner. The other person isn't putting the effort in to show how much they care. It's not worth it. Not being beholden to being their friend. Ultimately, I think this says way more about their character than it does about yours. Because you're amazing. And if they can't see that, well, that's their problem. I'll keep that in mind. I look down at the table. Did we just eat that whole cake? Yes, we did just eat that whole cake. Well, good talk. Amanda gets up to go to her room. Before she closes the door, she turns around. Hey, Pops. Yes. Thank you. You're always welcome. Love you, Amanda.
I love you too, Dad.
Love you too, Dad.
Welcome. You've got Dad.
Oh, finally. I thought that would never end. Back to Dad Book. Let's finish this up with Craig. Oops. Hold on. Let's save first. And then do it. There we go. Took some time for our schedules to line up, but I was finally able to find a weekend where Craig and I could go camping. He always stays so busy with work and the kids. It's good to know that... Hold on. Okay. It's good to know that we'll be able to spend some time relaxing together in nature. Since our first run, I've managed to go on regular runs with Craig. I mostly do them because it seems like the only time we get to hang out. But the added benefit is that I've seen a lot of improvement in my health. I was able to sift through my attic and find my old camping gear from college. Craig puts me in charge of bringing the sleeping bags and the tent while he takes care of the food, so I double check to make sure everything is ready to go. Craig should be here any minute now. Amanda's going to be spending the weekend on a school trip to our nation's capital. She hasn't been away from home without me for longer than a day since she was 14. I hope she isn't feeling as nervous about it as I am. Hey, Amanda Panda. Amanda's in the middle of sitting on top of her luggage in order to get it to finally zip. Hey, Pops. Ready for your trip? Once I get this bad boy all zipped up, I'm good to go. How much did you pack? That seems like a lot for 2 days. Oh, it's all my camera equipment, lenses, tripod, flash, all that. Are you even gonna have time to take pictures? I'll find a way. I need to get in some good shots for my series on natural monuments. What's the series about? One of those internet series where we imagine where I reimagine Disney princesses as founding fathers. What? I'm kidding. Nobody likes those. I'm taking portraits of my friends. Oh well, I'm gonna be in the woods, out there in nature, you know, roughing it. Just me and Mother Nature, under the trees. You gonna be alright on your own? Mm-hmm. I'm not gonna have any signal out there. I won't be able to text or call you at all. Alright. It's alright. I'll be able to survive a couple days without constant updates on who just got voted off of International Haunted House Hunters. Well, I'll miss you. For the record, Bradley was pushed down a flight of ornate stairs by a ghost. They were really beautiful stairs. Amanda finishes zipping up this big suitcase and lugs it next to the door of her bedroom. She turns around and gives me a big hug. Relax, Dadtron. I'm a big kid now. I can take care of myself. Besides, I gotta share a room with Monica Sanders and 2 mom chaperones. Most trouble I could possibly get into is falling asleep the tub of ice cream on me. Oh well, alright. Don't steal anything, okay? Did you ask nicely? Fine, promise. I step outside, hauling my bags behind me. Craig has already strapped some camping gear on top of my modest but stylish car. He notices me carrying my equipment and hurries over to take it from me. Such a gentleman. I almost had a case of the vapors there. Never fear, these muscles were made for picking up heavy things and putting them in other places. Remember, it's your weekend to relax. Take it easy. I can't argue with that. Everything good with Amanda? Yep, on our way to school, on our way to a school trip to Washington, D.C. What about your offspring? Ready at Smashley's for the weekend. I'm ready to get my camp on. Load the rest of my stuff into Craig's car when we get in. Oh no. What's wrong? I think I left my juicer plugged in. We gotta go back. Worried that someone's gonna break into your house and cold press some carrots? No, it's just try to relax, man. Let the juicer float away. Take all your worries and blend them into pulpy good vibes. Craig takes a deep breath. Do we have anything to listen to? All I had in my place is a series of CDs that guide you through a thorough and intense calisthenics workout. Do you want to listen to those? Just kidding. Greg hands me a thick case filled with CDs. Take your pick. Thumb through page after page of kids sing-along CDs. Oh yeah, Twinkle Twinkle Little Star takes me back. Keep going. I get to the end of the case to find in the very last slot a blank CD with Craig's handwriting on it. DJ Kickstand's Megamix Volume 1? Made just for the trip. I think you'll like it. I pop the CD into the car stereo. It's like I'm immediately transported to our old dorm room. Hit after hit plays, and soon enough we're both happily singing the lyrics to each song as we fly down the highway. This song was Carl's favorite. Carl, the third roommate. You brought that dog home one night, and I couldn't pry you two apart. So we spent the entire semester fabricating a story about our foreign exchange student roommate who had a really bad cough that sounded exactly like a dog's bark. Yeah, you already said that. Then we had a room inspection. And RA was so suspicious of us, but could never prove anything. And Carl was just under a blanket. Bless that pup's courage under fire. And we did some dumb things back in college. The hours fly by as we belt out tunes in whatever non-existent key our voices register in. Soon enough, we're surrounded by lush trees and spectacular vistas of everything amazing that nature has to offer. Feels good to be back out here. Real good. Park our car at the entrance to a familiar trail and load up our gear on our backs. I'm thankful that I've been working on my health over the past couple of weeks. Otherwise, I'd be dreading all the hiking that's about to happen. Craig looks intently at his phone. Everything alright? Yep, I just had to fire off one last work email. Craig pockets the phone and we start off on the trail. It's relatively easy, but I know I would have been huffing and puffing at this point if it weren't for all the murder sprints. I look around me and take in the tall trees and animal chirps. Everything okay back there? There's no reception out here. Oh yeah, being out in the middle of nowhere will do that. Recognize the look of anxiety on Craig's face. What if there's a problem? Okay, there won't be a problem. It'll be fine. Come on, bud. Who's a relaxed boy? I don't know. Craig. I'm a relaxed boy. That's my dude. We keep marching down the trail, but it seems Craig is still worried. After a bit, he stops in his tracks. Maybe we should get back. We should go back. We could find another campground that gets good cell phone reception. Craig, seriously, what's wrong? And I'm just really nervous. My dad instinct is kicking in my mind, conjuring all sorts of worst case scenarios. What if something happens to the girls? I don't have a signal. I would have no way of knowing. Let me tell you, that feeling never goes away, no matter how old your kids are. You just gotta remind yourself that they're in good hands. Craig doesn't say anything. I give him a reassuring punch on the shoulder. Try to remember why we came out here. The plan was to get away from all and just focus on ourselves for this little trip. No distractions, no cell phone service, just two dads relaxing out in the woods. Craig looks me directly in the eyes. No distractions, no cell phone service, just two dads relaxing out in the woods. We're gonna have some fun this weekend. Craig and I get back to marching. It's not too long of a hike before we get to the campsite. And we're both glad to see that we're the only people here. Can't believe he still has this tent. Found it in my attic and already checked it for holes. Seen better days, sure, but I don't think we'll be able to survive. Dumped a bag of fabric and poles onto the ground. We unfold the tent in the desired spot. I hand Craig the stakes. You still know how to do this, right? Of course we do. We do not. After 20 minutes of struggling like people in a bad infomercial, we somehow managed to build an upright structure that closely resembles what a tent would look like if you ask somebody to draw a picture of one with their eyes shut. Oh boy. I wouldn't put this up against a storm, but I think we'll be able to survive for the night. We set up a couple chairs and our cooking equipment, admiring our handiwork. Bro, look at us go! Look upon the kingdom we have built. Upon this rock we shall grill our meats and drink our brews, for we hold dominion over this land. Verily, and look at our camping chairs, which we are going to sit on. So what's next on the camp extravaganza docket? Well, now that we have shelter settled, I think it's time for us to do some exploring. There's a waterfall a little bit up the way that I'm sure we could hike to. Let's get hiking. Craig and I venture into the woods. We amble along, taking our time to chat and admire the wildlife. Craig reaches out an arm and stops me.
Bro,
Dude, does that look like what I think it looks like? I look over at where he's pointing. Oh my god, it does. The tree looks like a butt. I can't get over how detailed it is. Imagine the butt tree further. Contour is perfect, even has back dimples. I thought we were going to have a great time camping, but this makes it even better. Craig holds back a snicker. I aspire to have every hike be as good as this one. I'm snickering now too. Let us analyze this tree further. Greg and I share a huge belly laugh at our awful jokes. The best thing about this is that there's no daughters here to tell us our jokes are bad. We high five. Craig and I hit the trail again. It's been a long time since we've been out here, but everything seems more or less familiar. We point out old landmarks that we remember back from our college days. I think we're getting close now. Check it out. There's a clearing up ahead. As we get closer, I can hear water running. Cresting over a hill, Craig and I are greeted by a wide clearing surrounded by trees. In front of us is a beautiful waterfall spilling into a large body of water that runs into a river. Mouths agape with the genuine beauty of the place we go to investigate. The old waterfall.
nice.
It's gorgeous. Nature is so rad. Peering further, we get an idea of how deep the pool is. Think we could jump off it like the old days? This old dad is happy here on dry land. Looks like it could climb right up over there. Didn't even bring our swimming trunks. What are you talking about? Craig immediately begins to taking his clothes off. Oh boy. Let's look at his butt. Sorry. Can't help but sneak a peek. That is a good butt. Craig turns around suddenly. He catches me looking. I do a lot of glute workouts. Immediately turn away, blushing. You can wonder what? Oh, I don't know about this dude. He's already making his way over to the waterfall by the time I finish my sentence. When he realizes I'm not right behind him, he turns around and rolls his eyes. We lived together for years and I've seen your ass more times than I can count. It's no big deal. Huh. Okay, let's put on a show. Some clothes are coming off, and it's someone's birthday. Greg gives me the wolf whistle. I turn around and give my booty a good spank. That one's for you, big boy. Take off my shirt, drop it in a pile with Craig's clothes. Put the rest of my clothes on the ground, feeling exposed. Craig and I climb to the top of the waterfall, making sure not to slip in any wet rocks. He reaches the peak before I do and offers me a hand getting up. At the top, we look over the cliff and into the tiny lake. It seems so much higher up from this perspective. Craig has always been a daredevil. He pulled some stunts in college that I'm honestly still shocked he survived. I was always the one standing on the sidelines, watching and hoping I wouldn't be bringing him home in a gurney. Man, this could be dangerous. Craig turns to looks me in the eyes. Don't think, just jump. Craig cannonballs off the waterfall into the lake, creating a huge splash. I'm worried for a moment before he finally resurfaces from under the water. Woo! He treads water and looks up at me. You coming or what? Don't think, just jump. How are you supposed to just not think? Pretty sure that's not physically possible. My toes grip the edge of the rock. The water looks so far away. Don't think, just... I run off the edge, trying to do my best to cannonball. Somewhere in the middle, turns into a really graceful belly flop. I hit the water with a loud slap. It resurfaced to find Craig giggling. I rate that belly flop a solid 8 out of 10. Your form was lacking, but your heart was in the right place. I playfully splashed water at Craig. Are you sure about that? I splash him again. You've given me no choice. Craig splashed me in the face with a huge wave of water. You've wakened the beast. He launches another wave of water at me. Don't you put me in a corner here. Don't put a wild animal in the corner. Let's dunk him. I lunge for Craig and manage to get him in an arm lock. Time for the finishing move. I summon all of my dad's strength to lift Craig out of the water. Hey! I drop him down for the splash. Craig bounces back out of the water. My turn. Oh no, it seems Craig was simply allowing me to pick him up and dunk him. He grapples me with his clearly superior muscles and quite literally tosses me across the water. I emerge from the water devastated. You think I did all this pull-ups so I could just look good with my shirt off? No, bro, these arm cannons are dad launchers. Craig does a playful flex for me. Damn. Craig, juice, please. Craig thinks about it. Yeah, sure. We shake hands. There is peace. Man, that jump was such an adrenaline rush. Now, not so scary, huh? I'll race you to the top. Run all the way up the slick rocks and cannonball off the waterfall again. What a rush. Good form on that one. Wanna go again? You know it. With the same energy we had in our youth, we climbed back up to the top of the waterfall. I'm brave enough to try a flip, which I'm sure looks incredibly graceful as I belly flop into the water. Phew, man, this is fun. Got one more in ya? I live for danger. Takes us a little more time, but we get to the waterfall. Both do our best running jumps in the water below. Alright, I think that's my limit. We should get going back before it gets too dark. Let me just save here for a second. I'll say you're right.
Nice.
Should probably head back. Got to put our clothes back on. Notice that we're soaked that they're soaking wet. Maybe a splash fight wasn't the best idea. That's okay, we'll get a fire going in no time. We can dry off and get some dinner going. Stopping wet, we hike back to the camp and unpack everything we need for dinner. Craig pulls out a couple of steaks and some chopped potatoes in tinfoil. You ready for a feast? Hey man, take a seat. The Craig train is pulling into the relaxation station and I'm your conductor. Let me cook for you. Absolutely not. Cooking is the thing that makes me relax, that relaxes me the most. I'll take it from here. Craig cooks now? I remember how his entire sophomore year diet consisted of microwavable mac and cheese and not microwaved, and have trouble believing the thing he just said. At least let me start the fire. Sure, let me grab my matches. Craig reaches into his backpack. He rummages around his bag, pulling things and checking out his pocket. Uh-oh. I know I packed it. But Craig checks another bag and still can't find it. My stomach grumbles, and now I'm more acutely aware of how cold and wet I am. You really need to get a fire started. Okay, well, it's not the end of the world.
Oh.
Gosh, I'm so stupid. I could have sworn I packed it. I'm sorry, dude. Don't be. We can still figure this out. We can start a fire. We're smart guys. I mean, how hard could it be? I've watched plenty of survival programs on TV. If a naked reality TV star can do it, so can we. We'll need some wood. I just threw out to the trees around us.
Oh, man.
There's no shortage of that. And some tinder.
Oh.
Can make that work. And then I think some ancient aliens that are then supposed to come by and give us advanced technology. Or renovate our house. Depends on the show. Craig and I gather a variety of wood, bark and moss until we have all the materials that could conceptually make a passable looking campfire. Just add fire, right? That's the fun part. The sun is now setting and a cool breeze rustles the leaves of the trees around us. We have to work quick. I've done this in the past and I know I can figure it out. Just give me a second. Any way I can help?
Oh.
Give me some more support. Lift my spirits and we'll make this fire happen. How about we go overboard with compliments? Really giving that fire the business. You're an amazing, hard-working father with a steady work ethic, and everyone loves you. Your daughters think you're a superhero, and the neighbors' dads respect you immensely. Also, your belt looks great. Bro, stop. You make me cry. Okay. Don't want your tears putting out the fire. Eventually, Craig is miraculously able to get something going. He blows on the embers and gently places the glowing moss in the base of the pit. Soon enough, we'll have a nice little fire going. Way to go, man. We're regular old outdoorsy fellas.
Oh.
Hooray for not dying. I take a seat in one of the lawn chairs Craig brought and cozy up to the fire, warming up my hands. Relax, man. Take it easy. Let me handle the dinner. I watch as Craig strokes the fire and sets up a makeshift grill for the steaks. After all that hiking and swimming and fire starting, I'm able to relax a bit. With the sound of crickets and the scent of steak filling the air, I actually feel pretty calm. Craig expertly sears 2 steaks in a pan he's been heating up on the fire, cracking thyme and crushed ginger over it while blasting them both in butter. Wow, I didn't know he was actually good at cooking. The fanciest I've ever saw him get in college was when he started sprinkling the seasoning packet onto dry ramen and eating it straight up. When did this happen? You used to eat cereal every morning with a beer instead of milk. I grew up, I guess. I think these are just about ready. Craig puts the steaks onto a paper plate and sets them aside. I start to reach for one, but Craig smacks my hand away. Dude, let them rest. It'll be more flavorful that way. I patiently return to my seat, eyeing the steaks longingly from a distance. They smell incredible. Craig prepares a side salad for us in the meantime, sprinkling feta cheese onto freshly chopped greens. He plates it next to a generous pile of roasted potatoes covered in olive oil and rosemary. Once it's all ready, we sit down by the fire and dig in. Everything tastes okay? I'm in heaven. That's what I like to hear. Remember how for an entire semester we would eat burritos for breakfast, lunch, and dinner? So hard not to go back to that. Look at you now, man. You have kids, a great job, and now you cook like impressed with how much you've gotten your life together. Craig laughs, but there's no humor in it. Glad you think that. I glance at Craig while he picks at his salad. It really grew out of his baby face, but maybe there's something about his expression that makes him seem so much older than he is. Sense of maturity that he didn't have in college. He looks exhausted. You okay?
I don't know.
Yeah. Why'd you say I don't know in the background? Come on, dude. I know you for long enough to see when you're down. I'm tired, bro. I think being out here is making me realize just how drained I feel. You work really hard, Craig. It can't be easy.
Oh, man.
I have to, for my girls. I volunteer at their school. I cook healthy meals for them. I do everything I can to make sure they're safe and happy. When they're with their mom, I'm always working overtime so I can support them. And then you work out a lot so you can crush anyone who stands in their way. That, and I don't want to fall into my old habits. Need to set a good example for my girls. Everything I do is for them, and I wouldn't have it any other way. It seems like it's bleeding you dry. If that's what it takes to raise them, well, it's worth it. Craig, buddy, I know where you're coming from here, but you gotta take care of yourself, too. I do, though. I eat right and I exercise, and that's not what I mean. You're too little butter on too much toast. You know? What? You're spreading yourself too thin. Life needs balance. It's great that you care this much about your kids, but you can't neglect your own needs because you're too busy taking care of everyone else's. You matter too.
I don't know.
Just I know I can provide for my family if I take a step back and look at everything objectively. I know I'm doing right by them.
Oh.
But I can't explain it, man. There's always that voice in the back of my head telling me that I need to do more. It's like it's like a never enough for me. Every time I try to relax, but that voice keeps telling me I don't deserve it. To be honest, I even feel guilty about being out here. Craig, you're trying your best, and you're doing an amazing job too. That's a fact. But even if you weren't, you still deserve happiness.
Oh.
Do I, though? Huh. Hell yeah, bruh. I look at Craig and think about what a good friend and even better father he is. He's compassionate, he's hardworking, he's relentlessly positive, he encourages everyone to be the best version of themselves. Makes me want to be a better person. If you could only see yourself the way I see you.
Oh.
Greg beams. He gets up and walks over to his supplies.
Oh.
Come on, I brought dessert. You gonna use the campfire to torch the tops of some creme brulee?
Oh.
What? I know little to nothing about cooking. Greg pulls out marshmallows.
Hey,
You still know how to make s'mores, right? I think the more important question is, do you know how to make s'mores? As I recall, you used to just completely blacken the marshmallows. Oh, I stand by that. It's charred on the outside, but the gooey center is preserved. Brutish. Craig throws a marshmallow at me, and I catch it in my mouth.
Oh.
Pro move. We used to be able to do that at a great distance against a wind disadvantage. Give me a week of practice and I'll be competitive again. Craig and I sit in the warm glow of the campfire, watching embers float up towards the sky. The stars are much brighter out here. Yeah, I miss this, Andrew. Me too. We stay up here until it gets late, half remembering stories from college. We watch as the fire dies and eventually clamber into the tent. Crawl into the tent and then I unfurl my sleeping bag. Wait, where's the other sleeping bag? Look around for a second. Oh. Oh no, I must have left it at home. It's all yours, dude. I'm sorry, I'll just curl up over here. No way, here. Craig unzips the sleeping bag, spreads it out so there's enough for both of us to lay on top of it. Night, bro. Good night, bro. Roll over and we face away from each other without a blanket. It's really cold. I shiver, and without realizing, I find myself nestling closer to Craig. Sure he won't mind. He turns over, and I can feel his breath on my neck. It's hard to focus on anything else. I turn over, trying to get more comfortable. I open my eyes to find Craig's face only a few inches from my own. For once, he looks at peace. His eyes flutter open. His hand finds a place on my waist. Not sure who leans in first, but suddenly we're kissing. We looked at each other again, my heart racing. Craig.
Oh.
Got strong feelings for you, bro. Feelings I can't deny anymore. Bro, me too. I run my hands through his hair, then down to his chest. Craig brings me a little closer, wrapping his arms around me. I feel so secure. Now, talking about old times is fun, but I like making new memories with you. I smile, tracing the lines of his hip with my finger. I guess again, I'm worried about us getting too cold tonight. Day complete. And another S.
That was perfect.
He says that was perfect. And this was based on physical responsibility, poker buddy, bro, baby, butt tree, and tent. Okay. Keg stand champion. The achievement I just got. Phew, I think I have everything finally set up. Amanda should be here any minute now. I think that's her car in the driveway. Okay, gotta act natural. Be cool, Andrew, be cool. Amanda walks through the door with a suspicious look on her face. Hey, Dad. Off to a good start. Something fishy? Rats. I had a crab cake sandwich for lunch. That's probably it. I'm allergic to shellfish. Oh no. I forgot. Again. Dad? Oh gosh, I'm gonna be sick. What have I done? I'm kidding. You're right. I have a little surprise for you. Yeah, I can tell. You're very bad at lying. Amanda, my dear, would you care to join me in the kitchen? Father, it would be fill my heart with glee. I lead Amanda over to the kitchen table where the present lies covered under a tablecloth. It's nothing special, but I wanted to get you a little something. Graduated high school last week, and I know you told me not to make a big deal about it, but oh, Dad, you dramatically whipped the cloth off the table. Amanda's jaw drops. No way! I figured you wouldn't be able to get cable in the dorm. So I thought it might be nice to take a piece of home with you. A DVD box set of Long Haul Paranormal Ice Road Ghost Truckers. This is all 19 seasons. And bonus material including commentary with actual ghosts featured on the show. Dad, I love this. Thank you. She gives me a big hug. Glad you like it. Hey, you wanna hang out with me in the backyard for a bit? Toss the old big skin or something? Totally. I follow Amanda to the back door. Whoa. You tell me not to make a big deal, but you seem to have forgotten that my entire mission in life is to make a big deal out of your accomplishments. So consider this your graduation party. Surprise. Dad, everyone's here. Well, everyone wanted to come and support you. Is that mac and cheese bar? Sure is fully customizable down to the type of mac. And there's an ice cream cake. The good kind with the crunchies in the middle.
Yeah.
I don't know what to say. Don't say anything. Just go have fun with your pals, alright? so proud of you, Amanda. Amanda smiles and runs to her friends. I should make the rounds. Make sure everyone's having a good time. But first, mac and cheese. Andrew! Brian, you made it. Don't pass on a good mac. What do you think of the party? It's not bad. Just not bad? Hey, it's not bad. Don't let him bait you, don't let him bait you. Thank you for the lovely compliment. Daisy trots up. Hi, Amanda's dad. Hey, Brian's daughter. See how that feels? It's a really great party. Thanks so much for inviting us. You're very welcome, tiny child who knows how to pay a compliment. Brian and I lock eyes. This isn't over. Looks like you settled into this neighborhood quite nicely. Yep. Couldn't ask for a better cul-de-sac. Well, I'm glad. Hopefully we'll see you at more church events. We've got a big schedule planned for the rest of the year. Sure thing, Joseph. And maybe if you aren't doing anything later, maybe we could hang out sometime. Sure, Joseph, that would be great. Well, see you later. Hugo comes up to me with a plate of mac and cheese. The perfect cheddar to mac ratio. Beautiful work, Andrew. Thanks, Hugo. You know, I'm really pleased to see Amanda going to her dream school. I'm glad she turned it around for the finals. Me too, that scholarship money will really help. Amanda walks by and pretends not to see Hugo. Amanda, come say hi to your old teacher. Hey. Congratulations on graduating. I know you're gonna do great things at art school. Pew pew. Haha. Yeah, thanks. Amanda starts to back away. Wait, I just realized you're not my teacher anymore, so I don't have to be afraid of talking to you. No longer have power over me, hold power over me. You're right. Go forth, adult. I can no longer give you detention. Yeah, I'm gonna break anything I want, and there's nothing you can do about it. Are you still mad about that time I gave you detention for breaking my globe? No.
Oh.
And I'll have you know that the globe didn't even fit through the basketball hoop in the first place, so she'll fit into college just fine. Hey. Robert gestures vaguely to the snack table. Good stuff. Yep. See you later. Hey, man. Matt. Let me know when Amanda leaves for college. I'll have a fresh batch of the talking banana breads ready for her. Thank you. I know she'll love that. It was a splendid party. My deepest thanks for extending an invitation to my son and I. This icebox cake is divine. Yeah, thanks, dude. Good cake. Thanks for coming by. Hey, looks like Amanda's hanging out with Briar and Hazel. Let's see what they're up to. Okay, Briar, think of a shape. Hazel, what's she thinking? Square. Briar. Star. We'll get it next time. Amanda leans in close to Briar and Hazel, lowering her voice. Listen, you guys can be real with me. If you're downplaying your psychic abilities, I want you to know that you can trust me. I can even think of me as the third twin. Amanda, that's a triplet. You know, Dad, by the time I'm done with these kids, we're going to be finishing each other's What? You didn't finish your sentence. What are we going to be finishing? Each other's sentences. See? Third twin.
Nah.
I have to go. As the party starts to wind down, I take a seat on your back porch step. The sun is setting and everyone seems to have eaten their fill. Amanda wanders over and sits down next to me. Killer party, Pops. What can I say? I was inspired. So, I also have something for you. For me? Why? Not to be completely genuine about my feelings for once or anything, but growing up wasn't easy. But it could have been a lot harder if it wasn't for you. You've been there for me through everything. There's been times in my life where you were my only friend. I was really scared of going to college and being so far away from you, but realized that everything you've done for me has been to prepare me for this, and I'm ready. I wouldn't be who I am today without you. Don't cry, don't cry. I swear to God, Andrew, if you cry again. You're the best, Dad. I love you. And I'm crying. Anyways, that was enough emotional vulnerability for one day. Present time. Amanda hands me a tiny wrap package. I tear the wrapping off to find a framed picture of me and Amanda. It's us. Kind of shocking, all of our photo albums are just pictures of me, huh? I figured we needed at least one together before I leave. Amanda, thank you. Watching you grow up has been the happiest experience of my life. Such a talented, intelligent young woman, and I'm so excited to see what the future holds for you. Knock 'em dead, kid. Always do. Amanda and I share a hug. This is only beginning, Pops. Plenty more memories for us down the road. Memories to make and stuff to break, right?
Ugh.
Oh, I'm gonna break so much stuff. Achievement unlocked, world's best dad. Intentionally and unintentionally. You're probably gonna have to pay for most of it. It would be my honor. Amanda hops up. Looks like someone's been waiting to talk to you. Glance over to the back of the yard where Craig is sitting on a bench beneath our cherry blossom tree. He smiles at me. Our cherry blossom tree was this yandere simulator. I'll leave you up to it. I'll leave you to it. Me and the Emmas are gonna get some ice cream. Go get ice cream. Love you, Pops. Amanda runs off to join her friends. I take a seat next to Craig as the last guests make their way out of the party. Bro. This reminds me of the parties we used to throw. Fewer keg stands, of course. Probably for the best. I don't want to get my hip replaced after a party trick goes wrong. We can leave keg stands in the past. I'm taking this weekend to relax. This party was my first stop out of the express chain from the relaxation station. Next stop is Napville. Following into the Andrew concourse, I'd like to book a ticket to Napville as well. I might have to meet you halfway at eating food directly off of your own stomach town. We both giggle, but man, do I want to pour some chips on my belly while I hang out in a hammock. Craig, I'm glad you're making time for yourself. Me too. It's just a funny thing, dude. I didn't realize how overworked I was until we got away from the city. It's honestly just as destructive as binge drinking every night and eating burritos off the floor. I Guess we need to get out of the city more often then.
Oh.
Craig kicks his legs over to the side of the bench and leans onto me, lying down on my lap, running my fingers through his hair. Looking for balance? I admire that. Trying to not feel guilty about doing things for myself.
Oh.
It's a process.
Uh-huh.
It's gonna take me some time to figure out. I might need your help, bro. Craig, I'll be a bro until the day I die. And if being a bro means forcing you to take care of yourself, I'll happily oblige.
Hmm.
Craig looks up to me, smiling.
Hmm.
Bro.
Mm-hmm.
That means so much to me. Craig sits up and pulls me into a kiss. Bro. We both laugh. You and me, we're gonna be alright. And that's the end. So created by Langdon Gray and Vernon Shaw, which I know at least Vernon is part of Game Grumps. Executive producers Aaron and Brent. Nathan Sharp is Craig, of course. There's Barry, Brian, Dan. Bunch of different Game Grumps names in there. Shame that Mortimer wasn't there. Ego Rodriguez? Is that Ego Rodriguez? Or not? I don't know. I don't remember. Ian is the technical artist and programmer. I don't know if that's Game Grump or not. Sorry if I mix up all these names. Another inventory item. And another random dad that I didn't date. Barry wrote this is DVP by Pup. I don't think I heard that one though. Bunch of playtesters, special thanks. And all of our dads. Lovely. Game from the Game Grumps. Okay. Well, I guess here's some screenshots. That is super cute. That is super hot. Is that Craig? I don't know who that is. Okay, and that's the end of the game. Really like that dating simulator. Although part at the end of the dates there really kept me wanting a little bit more. Anyways, this was Dream Daddy by Game Grumps. Check out my YouTube, Twitch, my YouTube for stream highlights, Twitch for streams, and Twitter for channel updates. Might actually have time to start Undertale right now because I think I'm just gonna end it here. I'm not gonna go back and date any other ones just because I don't want to. Okay. So in a half hour I'll be back with Undertale. So hope you'll be there for that. Bye.